All right, here we go. We are streaming. For those of you who may be tuning in and listening in, I am streaming on YouTube, and the people that I am speaking to are the people who come into the YouTube chat at thecanadiancommie.com. If you type that into any browser you like, it'll take you to the chat where we live stream 6 to 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I'm speaking to people in the chat, such as Kevin, who just came in. Big salute to you, too. If you would like to participate, go there. And if you would like to support this, go to patreon.com/thecanadiancommie. Even $1 helps. Thank you so much for being here. We comment on the decline of Western civilization. We observe what's going on, talk about what's going on, have serious conversation about what's going on, and we analyze the world through the lens of reality, through a process of historical material dialectics. We try to keep our feet rooted in what's actually going on in reality, as opposed to some kooky ideology like liberalism or fundamentalist Christianity or something like that. Gabriel, Peanut Butter Beatrice, that guy. Free Assange. The top of the story, top of the day, top of the hour. Top of the whatever it is. Beginning everything. Eggs D, always a pleasure to see you, my man. WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange will plead guilty in deal with the U.S. that will allow him to walk free. We're reading an article from Burnaby Now. The reason why we're choosing Burnaby Now is because Burnaby Now has actually done a really, really good job of actually telling you who this guy is, what his story is, and what it actually means for the country. Most of the propagandists out there will basically just say, yeah, Julian Assange guilty. Julian Assange guilty of espionage. And of course, what's obviously happening from our perspective is that Julian Assange has decided to put in a guilty verdict because he wants this to be over. He wants this to be over. I am concerned about the precedent that this will set for the world and for everyone in it, that the United States will use this as a precedent to say, oh, a journalist reporting on war crimes that the United States does, that's espionage. We can try you for espionage, for simply reporting on this. So I have concerns. Nilo, good to see you. And WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange will plead guilty to a felony charge in a deal with the U.S. Justice Department that will allow him to walk free and resolve a long-running legal saga that spanned multiple continents and centered on the publication of a trove of classified documents. Assange left a British prison on Monday and will appear later this week in the U.S. federal court in the Northern Mariana Islands, a U.S. Commonwealth in the Western Pacific. He's expected to plead guilty to an Espionage Act charge of conspiring to unlawfully obtain and disseminate classified national defense information, the Justice Department said in a letter filed in court. So he's essentially pleading guilty to journalism. The guilty plea, which must be approved by a judge, brings an abrupt conclusion to a criminal case of international intrigue and to the U.S. government's years-long pursuit of a publisher whose hugely popular secret-sharing website made him a cause célèbre among many press freedom advocates, who say he acted as a journalist to expose U.S. warmongering. Investigators, by contrast, have repeatedly asserted that his actions broke laws meant to protect sensitive information and put the country's national security at risk. Yeah, so the crime that he's guilty of is exposing war crimes, and they're charging him of being too good at his job. He is expected to return to his home country of Australia after his plea and sentencing, which is scheduled for Wednesday morning, local time, in Saipan, the largest island in the Northern Mariana Islands. The hearing is taking place there because of Assange's opposition to traveling to the continental United States and the court's proximity to Australia, a prosecutor said. Yeah, boy doesn't want to get assassinated. We're just lost in the federal system. Attorneys for Assange didn't immediately respond to a request for comment on Monday. In a statement posted on X, WikiLeaks said Assange boarded a plane and departed the United Kingdom on Monday after leaving the British prison, where he has spent the last 5 years. WikiLeaks applauded the announcement of the deal, saying it was grateful for all who stood by us, fought for us, and remained utterly committed in the fight for his freedom. WikiLeaks published groundbreaking stories of government corruption and human rights abuses, holding the powerful accountable for their actions, as editor-in-chief Julian paid severely for these principles, and for the people's rights to know, WikiLeaks said. The deal ensures that Assange will admit guilt while also sparing him from any additional prison time. He had spent years hiding out in the Ecuadorian embassy in London after Swedish authorities sought his arrest on rape allegations before being locked up in the United Kingdom. Assange is expected to be sentenced to the 5 years he has already spent in the high-security British prison, while fighting to avoid extradition to the United States to face charges, a process that has played out in a series of hearings in London. Last month, he won the right to appeal an extradition order after his lawyers argued that the U.S. government provided blandly inadequate assurance that he would have the same free speech protections as an American citizen if extradited from Britain. Yeah, my favorite part of this whole story is that Assange is not a U.S. citizen. Like, the United States is and the West is putting him on trial for a crime that he supposedly did against the United States military. Well, he's not a United States citizen. Who gives a shit what the United States thinks about it? Assange has been heralded by many around the world as a hero who brought to light military wrongdoing in Iraq and Afghanistan. Among the files published by WikiLeaks was a video of a 2007 Apache helicopter attack by American forces in Baghdad that killed 11 people, including 2 Reuters journalists. But his reputation was also tarnished by rape allegations, which he has denied. Yeah, I looked into these rape allegations. Like, it's actually nonsense. Like, it's actually bullshit. The idea that this is still hounding him is nonsense at the highest order. We shouldn't even be mentioning it anymore. That's how pathetic it is. The Justice Department's indictment, unsealed in 2019, accused Assange of encouraging and helping U.S. Army intelligence analyst Chelsea Manning steal diplomatic cables and military files that WikiLeaks published in 2010. Prosecutors had accused Assange of damaging national security by publishing documents that harmed the U.S. and its allies and aided its adversaries. Prosecutors said in a charging document filed in connection with the plea agreement that Assange conspired with Manning to receive and obtain documents, notes, and other writings related to the national defense, and to willfully communicate those records. The documents takes care to note that Assange was not a United States citizen, did not possess a U.S. security clearance, and did not have authorization to possess, access, or control documents, writings, or notes relating to the national defense of the United States, including classified information. So they're outright saying that their entire case is he was too good at journalism. He did journalism too well. Maybe you can make the case that Chelsea Manning should have faced imprisonment, that Chelsea Manning should be punished, right? She was a member of the United States Army at that period of time, and she did get classified information. She did steal those documents, and she did send them out. So that's a case that I think could actually be successfully made. She's a United States citizen in the United States military, right? Assange, not a United States citizen, is a journalist, right? Gets handed these documents, reports on them, spends 5 years in jail for it. And that's not even including the time that he was in like an Ecuadorian embassy. The case was lambasted by press advocates and Assange supporters. Federal prosecutors defended it as targeting conduct that went way beyond that of a journalist gathering information, amounting to an attempt to solicit, steal, and indiscriminately publish classified government documents. It was brought even though the Obama administration Justice Department had passed on prosecuting him years earlier. Since when has the United States ever cared about evidence, facts? Like, when have they cared about their own laws? Like, this just shows you the lawlessness of the United States. This just shows you the lawlessness of who they are, right? They don't care about their own laws, and they don't care about who those laws apply to. As far as they're concerned, whatever they say is what the law is. The plea agreement comes months after President Joe Biden said he was considering a request from Australia to drop the U.S. push to prosecute Assange. The White House was not involved in the decision to resolve Assange's case, according to a White House official who is not authorized to speak publicly about the case and spoke to the Associated Press on condition of anonymity. Manning was sentenced to 35 years in prison after being convicted of violating the Espionage Act and other offenses for leaking classified government and military documents to WikiLeaks. President Barack Obama commuted her sentence in 2017, allowing her release after about 7 years behind bars. Assange made headlines in 2016 after his website published Democratic emails that prosecutors say were stolen by Russian intelligence operatives. He was never charged in special counsel Robert Mueller's Russia investigation, but the inquiry laid bare in stark detail the role that the hacking operation played in interfering in that year's election on behalf of then Republican candidate Donald Trump. Justice Department officials mulled charges for Assange following the document's 2010 publication, but were unsure a case would hold up in court, and were concerned it could be hard to justify prosecuting him for acts similar to those of a conventional journalist. It's almost as though they're just punishing journalism, and they're just punishing journalists for being journalists. The posture changed in the Trump administration, however, with former Attorney General Jeff Sessions in 2017 calling Assange's arrest a priority. Assange's family and supporters have said his physical and mental health have suffered more than a decade of legal battles, which includes 7 years spent inside the Ecuadorian embassy in London. So 7 years stuck inside the Ecuadorian embassy in London, 5 years in a British jail. The person who actually did the stealing of the files, Chelsea Manning, did 7 years. Like, something's not adding up here. Assange took refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy in London in 2012 and was granted political asylum after courts in England ruled he should be extradited to Sweden as part of a rape investigation in the Scandinavian country. He was arrested by British police after Ecuador's government withdrew his asylum status in 2019 and then jailed for skipping bail when he first took shelter inside the embassy. Although Sweden eventually dropped its sex crimes investigation because so much time had elapsed, also there was no case, Assange has remained in London's high-security Belmarsh prison during the extradition battle with the United States. Like, this is an assault on journalists, right? It's very simple, right? If you publish war crimes of the United States, you go to jail. Very straightforward, very simple. Looks like the time that the United States is willing to give to people who are reporting on what the military-industrial complex is doing and the war crimes that they're committing, looks like it's about 7 years. So if you are a person in the military or if you are a person who is involved in this kind of thing, expect to spend 7 years behind prison, in prison. Conton, good to see you, my man. Good to see you. Yeah, Peanut Butter Beatrice writes, I was starting to worry he'd die in captivity. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not always right, says Nilo. Yeah. XD writes, why do nation states even care about an individual's rape allegations? And anything they can do to smear, right? Anything they can do to turn public opinion. The last thing the power structure wants anybody to actually do is actually take a look at who Julian Assange is and what it was he reported on and what it was and why it's important, right? What they want you to think when you think Julian Assange is rapist, and that's it. And that's it. They want it to be just rapist over and no further investigation required, right? It's the same strategy they've done to communism. It's the same strategy they've done to literally anybody who's ever stood up, right? There's always some kind of allegation that they just hound and hound and hound and hound and hound, and they'll always bring it up. It'll always be a thing. They'll always waste everybody's time, even though it's completely baseless and completely groundless. So I'm surprised that it's as simple as that. I'm surprised that it's as simple as a rape allegation. Like, I'm surprised they're not just trying to peg him with, like, child molestation or something, or, like, making up some fake conversation he had and accusing him of being a child sex predator or something. So, Nilo writes, one thing that's sad about this is that Assange got enough press coverage for this to happen, while Mumia, Leonard Peltier, Omala Yeshiteli, and like a bajillion others will not get the same. Yeah, I mean, Julian Assange had the benefit of having an entire organization behind him, right? And having an entire group of people who were willing to stand up and create a fuss about it. Others are not so lucky. Very straightforward. So, moving on to other news. Before I do that, of course, glad to see that Julian is actually getting some freedom in his life. I'm sure that he will die in a tragic car accident within the year, right, or a plane accident. I'm sure that some accident will happen, and there'll be an article on page 53. It'll be three sentences long, and it'll be like, oh, Julian Assange accidentally and tragically dies in a plane crash accidentally. For sure, it was an accident, not a CIA hit, of course. That's my expectation. So, switching over to Canadian news from Bloomberg. This changes everything. Trudeau stung by loss in Toronto. The Tories, Conservatives, win close race in special election for House seat. The vote was seen as a litmus test for the Prime Minister. Canada's Conservative Party won a special election in a district in central Toronto, dealing a substantial blow to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's Liberal Party, ahead of a national vote expected next year. Voters in Toronto St. Paul elected Conservative candidate Don Stewart to the House of Commons, flipping a seat that has voted Liberal in every election since 1993. Stewart won 42% of the vote, according to Preliminary Elections Canada data, defeating Liberal candidate Leslie Church, who had just over 40%. While the result doesn't change the balance of power in Ottawa, it was widely seen as an important litmus test for Trudeau. Monday's loss suggests that even its traditional strongholds may be in jeopardy as Trudeau's popularity wanes and the Conservatives, led by Pierre Poilievre, surge in the polls. The Liberals won the seat in the 2021 election by well over 10,000 votes. This changes everything for the Liberals and for the PM, Scott Reid, a one-time aide to the former Prime Minister Paul Martin, said on social media platform X. If St. Paul's is unsafe, there is no such thing as safe. The loss is likely to raise the pressure on the embattled Prime Minister to step aside before the next election. The Liberals have consistently won big in Canada's largest city, helping the party hold power since 2015. But Poilievre's Conservatives hold a double-digit lead in polling and would be on track to win a majority government if those numbers were to hold up in a national vote. The next election, scheduled to take place by October 2025, but the date can be moved. The Conservatives ran a campaign largely focused on the Liberals' economic record. Canada's economy is growing at a sluggish pace. Housing is unaffordable to many, and elevated interest rates are still frustrating borrowers. The party was also focused on the Israel-Hamas war, seeking to win support from a Jewish population that comprises about 11% of the district. The Conservatives have repeatedly accused Trudeau of being too soft in supporting Israel and failing to combat anti-Semitism at home. For the Conservatives, the win is a sign that Poilievre can compete in urban districts they had long assumed were too liberal-leaning for them. There's been so much talk about how Poilievre couldn't appeal to these areas because he's too conservative, too angry, or whatever other reason, said Ginny Roth, a partner at Crestview Strategy and a former advisor to Poilievre. Turns out, that's not true. Monday's results showed the Conservatives received about 2,000 more votes at St. Paul than in the 2021 election, while the number of Liberal supporters plummeted. It isn't just about the Liberals losing, it's also about the Conservatives winning, said Roth. Church, a former chief of staff to Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland, held the lead through much of the night, but Stewart pulled ahead as the counting of ballots continued into the early hours of the morning. Toronto St. Paul's was previously held by Carolyn Bennett, a Liberal Party stalwart and former cabinet minister who stepped aside to become Canada's ambassador to Denmark. And of course, this article, I mean, the capitalists are never going to actually report who this guy is. Like, who is Don Stewart, do you think? I have a brief understanding. He's a Loblaws lobbyist. Don Stewart. Let's get real particular, Stewart. Fiddleford, good to see you over on Twitch. How you doing, my man? Don Stewart. Wikipedia conservative. Yeah, here we go. He's a Canadian politician, a member of the Conservative Party of Canada. He was elected member of Parliament in a by-election. Come on. Oh, they're not even the Wikipedia is going to talk about it. They're doing a good job. Hold on, here we go. He lives in Toronto with his two daughters. He earned an engineering degree and MBA from Queen's University. He previously worked as director of BMO Capital Markets and Morgan Stanley. Stewart works for the Canadian Investment Regulatory Organization. He is also a reservist in the Canadian Armed Forces, and is the treasurer and an honorary lieutenant colonel with the Second Intelligence Company, a non-profit organization that supports Canadian soldiers and veterans. So, warmonger and banker. Banker, warmonger. There you go. Isn't that great? Is that wonderful how our politicians are turning into bankers and warmongers? Literally just the absolute worst people in the society are becoming the leaders of the country. Friggin' absolutely flippin' fantastic. Here in Canada, we absolutely expect, and anytime I talk to any communist comrades and people around, the expectation is a conservative majority. Our hope, of course, is that this is going to continue to radicalize people, and that people are going to continue trying to find a way out of the downward spiral that the society is plunging itself into. And so they will eventually figure, well, we have to turn to communism. There's nowhere else to go. That we can't turn to the Liberals, they've abandoned us. We can't turn to the NDP, they've abandoned us. We can't turn to the Conservatives, they were never our allies. What's left? And as the crisis of capitalism gets deeper and entrenches deeper and causes further crisis and further problems and further trouble, the hope is that eventually the populace will simply say, maybe we should listen to these guys. Maybe we should actually listen to what these communists have been saying the entire time. But until such time, we continue acting as the lighthouse in the fog for people to find. Moving into global news from Global Finance, China's U.S. debt sales fuel speculation. This article's a little bit old, May 30th, but talk of de-dollarization is taking over in foreign policy. It's getting to be the point now where people are seeing fairly clearly that China and Russia are following a de-dollarization strategy. That they're no longer interested in trading on the dollar. They understand that the American theory of economics is dollar primacy, is the profit motive, getting more dollars, that the point of economics in the American theory is getting more dollars and getting more wealth that way, whereas the theory of growth and the theory of economics that exists in China is about owning the means of production and actually increasing prosperity and getting stuff, right? Actually increasing the living standards of the populace, increasing the productive capacity of the country. That this matters far more than a couple of billionaires getting more dollars. And so what this is leading to is the United States selling treasuries. So talk of de-dollarization is back on the table after new data from the U.S. Treasury Department revealed that China offloaded close to $50 billion in U.S. treasuries in the first quarter and had reduced its holdings by more than $100 billion in the year through to March 2023. The revelations come as China and the U.S. are locked in an increasingly tense standoff involving trade and China's intentions towards Taiwan being its own country. It's always funny that these articles never actually mention that Taiwan is China and that it is part of China. I don't know how China can have intentions towards its own country, but okay. Belgium, which is often referenced as a proxy custodian for China's debt holdings, reportedly disposed of more than $20 billion of treasuries in the same period. Not everyone is convinced China's U.S. debt sales represent anything aggressive, as opposed to routine realignment of debt management activities by the world's second largest economy. But the question, whether Beijing is dumping U.S. debt, combined with a potential broader adoption of the renminbi, suggests the U.S. government will need a strategy to manage the impact on perceptions of the greenback as the world's reserve currency. The core issue of whether China has diversified at the margin out of the dollar or dollar bonds or has diversified its set of custodians beyond the U.S. custodians and Euroclear remains unresolved. Brad Setzer, senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations, wrote on X, formerly known as Twitter, last month. Yeah, basically they don't know what China's doing. They don't really understand what China's doing, because and this is pretty emblematic of how the West analyzes China, because the West only analyzes China exclusively from this perspective of, well, don't they want money? Isn't the whole point of doing anything just gathering money? Isn't money the whole point? And if they're not getting money, then it's worthless, right? Sure, they're building massive infrastructure, and sure, they're lifting people out of poverty, and sure, they're building huge rail systems, and sure, they're building international organizations, and sure, they're increasing the prosperity of their own people and increasing their productive capacity, but they're not making any money. So their economy is a failure, and it's going to collapse. That's Western analysis of China right there. Like that's what it is 100%. And or the other side of it is, China is successful and it's doing all this kind of stuff great because it's capitalist, right? Well, all you got to do is turn around and say, if it's capitalist, then we should adopt their policies. And then all of a sudden, there's all this squeamishness. What's the squeamishness? They're capitalists, right? Why are we squeamish? They're capitalists, aren't they? But that doesn't mean Beijing's pattern of rotating out of U.S. debt into commodities such as gold is insignificant, analysts say, indicating a desire to mitigate risk amid the threat of U.S. sanctions on China over trade with Russia. Punitive tariffs imposed by the Biden administration may also be fueling Beijing's ambition to diversify its holdings. In the first quarter, China's gold reserves rose by 27.6 tons, second only to Turkey's, according to the World Gold Council. Might have something to do with the fact that Russia runs on the gold standard. Meanwhile, the recent expanded BRICS trade bloc, which China plays an influential role, has expressed unease over the macroeconomic dominance of the dollar and is seeking alternative reserve currency choices. This might accelerate China's ambitions to internationalize the renminbi and offer a geopolitical solution for the nascent trade bloc, although not all BRICS constituents agree. Sanctions related to restrictions have prompted use of the United Arab Emirates dirham in India-Russia trade, bolstered by Indian officials' discomfort with the use of the renminbi by Indian importers. The Carnegie Endowment for International Peace said in a December report on BRICS de-dollarization efforts. We have a fellow over on Twitch, Tar Hunick, good to see you. Fiddleford writes, China makes money, they do it after collecting and then destroying taxes. Like, just take a look at the Belt and Road Initiative. Just take a look at the huge infrastructure projects that exist in China. Like, we don't build anything over here. Like, we're not building anything. Our rail system literally, just take a look at what happened in East Palestine not that long ago, right? Well, and realize that those derailments, like train derailments, happen all the time in the United States. It's built in to their policies. It's built into their financial records, or their financial plans, I should say, that there's going to be a certain amount of derailments, right? I just don't, like, why should anybody accept that? And the only reason that we do accept that is because it makes profit for a small handful of billionaires. That's all, right? That's all. Nilo writes, with American history in mind, the no taxation without representation idea, the Taiwanese government doesn't recognize the deputies China has elected to represent Taiwan. Taiwanese don't currently pay taxes to China. Yeah, I mean, look, we all know where this is all going to go, right? Like, we all know where this is going to go, that China is going to take Taiwan militarily, and it's going to assert control over Taiwan militarily, because Taiwan is part of China. Like, and the moment, literally the millisecond, that Taiwan declares independence, which is declaring support for America, frankly, they're going to go in, and it's going to be swift, it's going to be fast, and they're going to win. Like, it's not going to be this dip the toe in the pool, slow, steady, grinding affair. like Ukraine was. It's not going to be some rinky-dinky ragtag band of rebels fighting against the empire. Like that's not what it's going to look like. I don't know why people are pretending like some other thing is going to happen. Like the United States is fucking around in Taiwan. They keep sending politicians to Taiwan. They keep sending weapons to Taiwan. They keep sending money to Taiwan. They keep supporting groups that are in Taiwan that are anti-Chinese, right? And once that all comes to a head, China's going to pull the trigger and they're going to land in there, and it's going to end. Like, and it's not going to be a fight, right? Like what's happening between the Russians and the Ukrainians is like a slow grinding kind of affair, and it's a slow grinding kind of affair because the United States and Russia, the United States built up a lot of force in that area, built up a lot of support in that area, has a lot of support in that area from NATO, and Putin dipped his toe in, right? And has always kind of dipped his toe in. The Chinese are not going to dip their toe in. That's their country as far as they're concerned, right? Like, and that's the other side of it, that in the Ukraine situation, Ukraine was not Russian territory, right? The Russians did not consider Ukraine to be part. Ukraine had already declared its independence in the 90s, so it was politically there was a lot of political difficulty in that situation. As far as the Chinese is concerned, that Taiwan is part of China. It would be like if China was funding an independence movement in Hawaii. Like, the Americans are not going to tolerate that. And if Hawaii stood up and said, we're independent, okay, cool. Now you're surrounded by destroyers. We're sending the Marines in. Like, that's what that would look like. And we all know that's true. And the same thing's going to happen in Taiwan. And it's going to be, like, very swift. I don't know what the plan is. Like, what's the plan from the Taiwanese? What's their plan? Like, when the Chinese are sending in thousands of tanks, when they gain air superiority, when they surround the island with their navy, like when they send 3 million people in, like what's the plan here? Like, what's the strategy? I just don't think the Taiwanese have one. I think that they're just kind of drunk on promises from the United States, and those promises are going to remain unfulfilled because the United States is going to be left with the decision to either accept the result, which is going to come quickly, or actually begin a serious conflict with a nuclear superpower. Like, non-economical over on Twitch. Good to see you, by the way. Hope you're here to be beautiful, my man. Isn't the decline of the Western civilization good? Because that means more power in the world distributed, First Nations people reclaiming their rights, etc. So, in like the longest possible view of human history, perhaps you have a point. In the interim, in the short term, these next 20 years, 30 years are going to be extremely dangerous. Extremely, extremely dangerous. Empires do not quietly go down. They do not quietly just fade away silently into the night. They don't look at the world that is steadily rejecting them and go, oh, you don't like me? Well, I'm going to retreat to my bedroom and I'll be back when you're ready to speak with me. That's not how this works. The United States is like a terrifying rogue state with an enormous military force that they're going to use, right? They're going to murder thousands and thousands, if not millions of people. There's going to be huge conflagrations, huge destruction, huge wars, because of the sort of Nazi level force that is the Americans, right? Yeah, like, non-economical continues. No, I guess I was thinking decline rather than collapse, but that is a point I didn't think about. Once the world gets off the dollar, right? Like, once the dollar is no longer the center of the world economy, America isn't really left with much, right? America isn't really left with much. They don't really have a manufacturing base. Certainly not the manufacturing base that a place like China has. And I also think that the big thing that America is going to confront in itself is its own internal contradictions. There are tons of divisions within American society, just enormous amounts of divisions within American society. And the federal system has stopped attempting to even deal with those contradictions. That it is just going full force, whole hog towards those contradictions and tearing the country apart on purpose. That the people who are being elected are people who are literally, explicitly going there in order to be divisive and destroy the country. That's why they're being elected. I don't think that America survives. I don't think it survives a dollar crisis. I don't think it survives a military crisis. I don't think it survives a internal crisis. I think that you're going to, and incidentally, this is a truism of declining empires. Like when the British Empire broke apart, when the British Empire went into decline, it broke apart. Right? It lost control of its colonies. It lost control of its territories. People declared independence. It broke up. When the Roman Empire declined, it broke up. When the Chinese empires rose and fell and rose and fell and rose and fell, they broke apart. Right? They separated and broke up. The idea that the United States is going to remain a single cohesive unit for all time in perpetuity, forever and ever, amen, I think is a fantasy fiction. That the United States is going to break apart. And how do I know that's true? Because that's what every empire has ever done throughout all time and all history. Even ones that are far more stable and far more based on stronger precepts than what the American empire is based on. When you actually look at the fabric of what it is America is and what it stands for and what its ideas are and what its thoughts are, it's extremely fragile. It's an extremely fragile idea, and you can only really keep it going. Sort of the fragility of the propaganda and the myth making that exists. You can only kind of keep it going so long as people are willing to buy into it. And the only way that people are willing to buy into it is if there is increasing prosperity and a generalized prosperity. But the prosperity of America is in major decline. And the people of America are working harder than they've ever worked, for longer hours than they've ever worked, for less pay than they've ever gotten, while paying more rent. Like, there just comes a point where people are not going to be able to continue doing this. And all of the myths and the ideas and the thoughts that make America are failing. They're not working anymore. People don't buy into it. And what you're and something like Gaza, something like the genocide in Gaza, is really revealing what America actually is to an entire generation of new voters and new people, right? And what America actually is a settler colonial state that built itself up through slavery and genocide, and enriches itself through war and exploitation across the globe, right? Capitalism doesn't build wealth, it extracts it. That's what capitalism does. And we are now entering a new reality where the rest of the world is not going to permit the United States, and Europe incidentally, to continue its policies of extraction. That the rest of the world is turning to power centers like Russia, like China, who are willing to have more reasonable relations with it, and who don't have this settler colonial idea of ruling the world. America is going to find itself isolated on the world stage. No one is going to be willing to trade with it. No one is going to be willing to do business with it. The United States itself is isolating itself, because if you sanction everyone, you're the isolated one. The rest of the world is going to grow and develop and advance itself, while the United States falls further and further and further and further behind. until finally the only answer it's actually going to have, or the only response it's going to have to the question of what is it that America actually does in the world, is going to be war. And they're going to pursue a war path. And it isn't going to be until they are humiliated in war, until they are defeated in war, a war that they themselves will start, that America will actually turn its eye inward. And when it turns its eye inward, when no one is willing to trade with them, when they can no longer pursue military objectives abroad, when they can no longer successfully dominate other countries through financial machination, when they can no longer do that, all of the thieves, liars, genocidal maniacs, and sex predators who make up the ruling class will turn on the people of America. And they will take the exact same ideas and the exact same thoughts and the exact same policies that they have been running all throughout the rest of the world, Latin America, the Middle East, Africa, China, and they will turn all of those ideas onto the American people themselves. You can already see it in the streets. You can already see it in the fentanyl crisis. You can already see it in the mass shootings that happen almost daily now in the United States. You can already see it with the prison industrial complex. You can already see it with the massive homelessness. You can already see it in Skid Row. You can already see it in the sacrifice zones that exist across America, and it's just going to ramp right up. It's going to ramp right up. Because as the populace begins to rebel against the conditions that are being imposed, the ruling class will choose one position only, which will be fascism. A naked, open, unapologetic fascism. And all of that is coming for America, and it's coming faster and sooner than you like. The country won't be able to survive it. When you think about the size of what America looks like, right? When you think about the scale and scope of what America is, right? This is America. For those of you who are only listening in, I'm just looking at a map of America, right? This is Germany. Remember World War II? Remember how Germany created like a whole catastrophic war in Europe, tried to invade the Soviet Union and lost, right? That's Germany. Well, Germany is about the size of Texas, right? There is a 0% chance that the United States of America remains intact. Just absolutely 0% chance. Fiddleford writes, the Communist Party of Canada states that the earlier years of Canada in the 1900s, our elder comrades didn't realize economic dominance over the Canadian economy has been handed to the United States. The British Empire stepped aside, realizing their reign had to come to its end. I don't know how you don't realize it. Like, the United States is huge, violent. Like, Canada is obviously a vassal to the United States. Like, I don't know what the communists in the 1900s were thinking. Of course Canada is a vassal to the United States. What else could it be? I just don't think it's anything other than that. And I don't think it's ever been anything other than that. Non-economical continues. The big thing I see as important is that BRICS building up an alternative to the U.S. NATO bloc that makes the U.S. irrelevant. Yes, that won't necessarily go unpunished by them, but it does create an alternative that keeps me hopeful for the rest of the world. Yeah, the question isn't this BRICS organization and the kind of shared idea of prosperity by the rest of the world. The question is, how is the United States going to respond to it? And historically, when you take a look at how the United States responds to things, it's through war, right? That they are not interested in finding collaborative solutions. They're not interested in finding a way to operate together in the world in a rules-based order or any of that kind of stuff. The United States is a white supremacist country that views itself as having a manifest destiny to govern the world and the planet. It says so explicitly in front of us constantly. They will not tolerate. I have made the argument for a long time that a big reason why China was able to rise in the way that it was able to rise without interference from the United States is that the United States never believed a bunch of yellow Chinamen would be able to do it. Really. I think at the base heart of how China rose unopposed by the United States, it was, well, we're making a ton of money in China, and these Chinese people are just going to do what they're told by us. And that's because the United States is an inherently xenophobic and an inherently racist country because of its roots in settler colonialism. It's as simple as that. That now they're scrambling around. Now they're going, oh my goodness, because the United States didn't realize what it was doing when it did it. It didn't realize what it was doing. When it gutted its own manufacturing base and betrayed its own populations, when the bourgeois of our country betrayed the people of Canada and the United States and extracted the means of production from their own country and shipped it over to China, they didn't know or care to know that what they were doing was enriching China in a way that they could not even begin to comprehend. And they simply assumed, the United States simply assumed that by sending capitalist forces into China, China would become a good little vassal and become a capitalist state. What they didn't anticipate and what they didn't expect is the power of Marxism and the power of the National People's Congress and the will of the Chinese people to enact those policies for its own self-improvement. The American bourgeois assumed the Chinese bourgeois would act like they act, which is like psychopaths. And they didn't. They didn't. And so now America is having to deal with this enormous rising superpower that in 10, 20, 30 years is going to leave the United States in the fucking dust. It's not going to be close. If you take a look at the basic growth patterns, if you take a look at what the IMF is projecting, if you take a look at what the World Bank projects, what they expect to see coming out of China versus the United States, China is going to go and the United States is going to go. It's not going to be close at all. And so now we are in this period of time where the United States sees this. Their advisors are telling them that this is happening, and they view China as an upstart nation of subhumans. Because, again, the United States is a white supremacist nation. And so the United States is going to go to China and put it back in its place. They want China under their boot. Well, China's not going to put up with that. They're not going to tolerate that idea. China is a free, independent nation. And is going to make its own decisions and determine its own future. It hasn't been able to do so, and it won't be until a significant military confrontation between the United States and China that the United States will come to realize we can no longer control China militarily, because they can't. And that's the truth. And there's going to be a big ass wake-up call in Taiwan. Taiwan is going to be a big-ass wake-up call for the West, right? And again, I circle back around on it, and I'm going to keep pounding on this pulpit because it's absolutely true. It's not going to look like Ukraine. The lead-up to the conflict looks a lot like Ukraine. The West funneling resources, the West funneling political support, the West funneling weapons training to far-right groups in order to overthrow a government, right? Well, in Taiwan, it's lending political support. They actually have managed to support a political movement of independence in Taiwan. The political leadership of Taiwan are independence people, which is an alliance with the United States. Independence under these circumstances is a joke. To pretend as though Taiwan is going to be independent, shut up. It's an embarrassing thing to say out loud. So the Taiwanese are starting to ally with the United States, which China will not permit. And so when that begins to unfold, when China goes in, it's going to make the West shit their pants. They are going to have a sit-up straight moment. Because all the United States has ever done is beat the shit out of defenseless nations. That's all it's ever done. right? Since World War II, all it's ever done is bomb nations that have no navy, have no air force, have no standing military, have old, obsolete technology, and the United States comes in with shock and awe and destroys civilian populations and steals their resources, enslaves the population, makes them grow heroin so they can funnel fentanyl into their own country. Like, the Chinese, when they go into Taiwan, like, pick up a piece of spaghetti and snap it. That's what that's going to look like. That it's not going to be like when Putin rolled steadily into Ukraine, right? It's not going to be this lazy, half-hearted, I guess so. Maybe I can convince them to come to the table with diplomacy. The Minsk Accords, I guess, it'll be a special military operation. We'll come in along the whole border. Maybe that'll do it. Okay, I guess we'll all finally come in and we'll finally do a proper war on the front. But it's going to be a slow, grinding, steady affair. And and everybody slow and steady wins the race, okay? Take your time. Just entrench in, okay? Everything's fine, right? No. When China goes in, they're going to send... they have been training since 1949 for this moment. They have been building up their military capacity since 1949 to do exactly this. Because they have always known that America was going to try to pull this shit. They've always known. Even when Nixon said Taiwan is part of China, even when the United States finally said Taiwan is part of China, the Chinese were still sitting there saying, yeah, right, sure, bud. One of you finally admitted it. Okay, cool. One of you, right? What about the next one? You guys put up new clowns every 4 years, right? So this policy is going to get overturned in 4 years. Well, it didn't get overturned in 4 years. It actually lasted 50 years. But now here we are. Right? Here we are. The United States making the claim that Taiwan is an independent nation, even though it's exactly part of China and always has been part of China. And why does the United States want Taiwan to be part of the international rules-based order? So they can put a military base in it and start threatening to bomb China and start blockading China from Taiwan, obviously. Which is why Taiwan can never be an independent nation, and to think so is crazy. When China goes into Taiwan, they are going to send millions of people in one day. They are going to take control of the sky. They are going to blow up any military that exists in Taiwan in a day. They are going to go in there with thousands, if not tens of thousands of tanks and boats and planes. They are going to overwhelm Taiwan on a level that no country has actually seen done in our lifetimes. This is not going to be a slow and steady dickering in. China is going to take Taiwan, and they are going to land there, and they are going to look at the leadership of Taiwan, and they're going to say, hi, you're in jail now. We own this place. And the Taiwanese will say, yes, you do. That's exactly what's going to happen, because China is not fucking around. It is absolutely not fucking around. And if the West thinks that they are, prepare to sit up straight. Prepare to have a oh moment. Can't wait to see all the I stand with Taiwan flags. Can't wait to see the Taiwanese flag getting flown everywhere. Can't wait to hear the free Taiwan movement. Can't wait to hear all of that. And it's all going to be pathetic minging and whining as China takes its own country back from American influence. Get fucking wrecked. Fiddleford writes, of BRICS, I mean, it's not exactly a socialist bloc economy. Certainly this can be progressive, but to a very insignificant degree. When it comes to BRICS, I think that most countries are being opportunistic. That they understand that the United States, we need to get away from the United States. Like, everybody understands this. We need to get away from the United States. Right? And And so BRICS has formed up, but I think you're right. Like, it's not forming up along like socialist or communist ideas or lines. It's not like they're having like a Marxist, a socialist meetup, right? Like it's very specifically an opportunistic, like, we need to get together to defend ourselves from these guys. Very straightforwardly. Just how like all the nerds need to band together to defend themselves from the school bully. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. And so there's going to be a lot of contention, and there's going to be a lot of tension. It's going to be a very difficult time. Strange things are going to happen. Pittsburgh dude, good to see you. Oh, Marquis Saint Laurent, good to see you. Communism just sounds gross as a social order. Everyone the same, new rebellious ideas. So Marquis Saint Laurent, I would challenge your idea of what communism is. Marx, Engels, Lenin, Trotsky, Stalin, Mao, Deng, literally nobody talks about communism as a everybody's the same kind of idea of like that homogeny, right? In fact, when you actually read these writers and you read these leaders, it's about doing exactly the opposite. It's about unleashing the unique potential of each individual and allowing it to be free from the system of capital so that it can actually flourish and actually grow into the society. That what's creating homogeneity, what creates that kind of thing is actually capitalism. Because all ideas and all thoughts and all perspectives need to be funneled through the ideas of five guys who share the exact same principles and the exact same ideas. That, sure, you're allowed to have pink hair, right? Sure. We've gotten to a point where there's been a successful gay rights movement. Sure. Okay. But we're going to let you have pink hair. We're going to let you have whatever tattoo you want. We're going to let you dress however you want. Okay. Work starts at 9. So show up at 9. Oh, you want to do something else? Tough. This is what pays. Tough shit. So the idea that it's actually communism that's creating this kind of banal conformity when capitalism is absolutely like like go out onto the street and look at all the automobiles. They look exactly the same. There's a total conformity within capitalism. Because our entire system is designed that way. Our entire system is designed to encourage and approve of people who are obedient. That starts from the education system up. And so I'm going to challenge your conception of what communism actually is based on the fact that literally no communist holds these ideals. So it's just a straw man that you've put in your head and which you've used to pretend is communism when it just simply isn't. And to pretend as though communism doesn't have rebellious ideas, like, I actually don't know how to respond to that. Like, communism is a revolutionary movement. It is about the eradication of the system of capital as it exists today. It's about taking what exists and moving it aside. What could possibly be more rebellious than that? What is more rebellious than a group of people saying, this system has failed, we need to be rid of it? Like, it just seems to me a very odd and strange position that you're holding. Marquis writes, but do we have to get rid of capital to solve the problem? Or bureaucrats? Yes. Like, yes. Like, the system of capital is going to reinforce itself. It's going to constantly reinforce itself. It's not going to permit itself to be reformed out of existence. Like, it's not going to try to help you. It's never going to try to help you. Like, I'm always sort of blown away at people who are still in this pattern of defending the system of capital as the system of capital is driving knives into your back. Like, Is it going to have to take, like, you getting evicted from your house? Is it going to take your boss just saying, okay, you're done, get out? Is that what it is actually going to take before, even though you're seeing that happen to thousands and thousands and if not millions of people on the regular in the system of capital? Like, it's a sort of odd position to hold. Just me, good to see you. 11 likes, 32 in the chat. Everyone hit the share and subscribe. Check out the Patreon. Thank you so much, Just me. Yeah, good opportunity. Here, let's go all the way with it. I'm feeling there's a person out there who wants to donate to the Patreon. I feel it in my heart and I feel it in my soul. There's a person out there by the name Ethel. Ethel, I can feel the doubt in your heart, and I need you to know, Ethel, that Jesus Christ wants you to donate that dollar. So take that dollar out of your pocket and put it in an envelope and send it to the address below, and Jesus will bless your heart. Thank you, Ethel, and thank you, everyone else. Praise Jesus. In seriousness, please do like and share and subscribe. If you would like to donate to my Patreon and contribute to this work, please go to patreon.com/thecanadiancommie. Even $1 helps. It gets you into the Discord, continues the conversation, allows you to share things that I may share here on the platform. Thank you so much, and thank you for tolerating my ridiculous impression of a Christian evangelical. I do it to sort of diffuse tension. I don't like asking for money, but that's capitalism, baby. We all gotta do what we gotta do. Yeah, Pittsburgh dude. Yeah, the conformity capitalism causes is expressed in the classic folk song Little Boxes. Little boxes. My sister used to sing that song a lot. I don't remember the lyrics, of course, but it's just about how every house looks the same. Right? Look at the suburbs. Like, it's just total conformity. Richard Madden, good to see you, Richard. There's an election coming in my country. I'm voting for the most socialist candidate there is, a party called the Trade Union and Socialist Coalition. They won't win, though. That's not the point, Richard. At this stage in the game, that's just not the point. Like, communists don't hold that electoral politics is the solution to the problems that we're facing in the first place. That it's about changing hearts and minds. It's about, like, if everyone in your neighborhood decided to leave their workplaces and just walk out and go to the beach, the capitalists could do nothing about it. And that's, in my view, what it is all about. That's what it's all about. It's all about convincing the people that the people are the ones that have the power. And if the people begin acting in unity with one another, and if the people stop listening to the capitalists as the capitalists try to drive wedges into the society, that's where true power is going to lie. And that's the goal, is to simply look at these capitalists and say, you no longer have power or authority here. We don't care what you say. And of course, the response that the capitalists are going to have to that is to send in the cops, because that's how the capitalists deal with problems. But that doesn't go. You can't do that forever. You can't act that way forever, right? Like, if the Roman Empire couldn't sustain itself through the terror of crucifixion, these capitalists are not going to be able to sustain themselves through thug forces and armed guards. Eric, good to see you, my man. Good evening to you. Number one, great analysis on Assange, and to be honest, I never heard of the whole rape allegation, but I'm not surprised since it's the common tactic to accuse someone of some sort of sexual allegation. Yeah, it's just capitalist projection. Right? They've all been to Jeffrey Epstein's pedophile island, right, or something worse. So, of course. Yeah, Eric continues, they did it with Scott Ritter when he exposed the fake WMD claims in Iraq, and they did it twice. My favorite part of that story with Scott when he said he brought his case with all the evidence that support his innocence, and to give his fellow prisoners, because he knew they would be following the whole allegation, and said to him, before you start a fight with me, read my case with all the evidence that I have that proves my innocence. You can still fight afterwards, and we'll settle the score. Their response afterwards, they admit he was done dirty and even came to him for legal advice afterwards. Yeah. Pan, good to see you. Pan Chakosha. Capitalist realism seems to squash any novelty or individualism. Nothing new anymore, and people are more and more homogenized under capitalism. Yeah, the concept of capitalist realism, I think, is absolutely going to be crucial for people moving forward. The concept of capitalist realism is this idea that capitalism is a natural force, that it's like the divine rights of kings, that you can never get away from capitalism. It's always going to be there. We can't even try to imagine alternative systems, because alternative systems can't exist because capitalism is such an ingrained natural force. This idea is, of course, lunacy and observably stupid. If capitalism was the natural, innate system, then why did it take 100,000 years of human development to get to capitalism? You can see very clear ideas in our media about that maintain this concept of capitalist realism. All of the dystopian movies that have come out, so you're looking at Mad Max, you're looking at The Maze Runner, you're looking at that one with the three fingers thing. I forgot all the bird, whatever that one's called. I forget offhand. But all of these dystopian novels and all of these dystopian ideas fundamentally show you that we live in a time where people can imagine the end of the world more than they can imagine a system that separates itself from capital. That every story and all these superheroes, all of it, are all based and entrenched very deeply in the concept that capitalism is an inescapable natural part of humanity, like breathing, and that if capitalism leads to destruction, then that's only part of the wheel of capitalism, and that's innate and natural, and so nothing can be done about it. And in fact, the people who try to do something about it are actually making things worse, in fact. That would be the Petersonian line. And of course, all of this is observably false, completely fraudulent. The only reason why it works is because they keep huge sections of the populace illiterate and stupid and entranced by drugs, by sports, by religion, by movies and television, by digital hallucinations, so that nobody even knows even the history of their own country, let alone the history of any other country or any other nation, that shows pretty clearly and straightforwardly that capitalism is not a natural, innate force that exists within us, that it is being upheld by a system of extraordinary violence. That's sort of the funny part about this argument of capitalist realism, is that if capitalism is a natural system, why does it need so much money, time, effort, and violence to uphold? Shouldn't we just be doing it? Shouldn't we just be acting that way? That humanity's actual innate nature needs to be suppressed in order to maintain this system of capital. That humanity has an innate nature, and there are natural forces that exist within humanity, and those natural forces need to be suppressed. Because if we were to actually follow through on our natural inclinations and our natural forces, you would find out pretty quickly that they are antithetical to the system of capital. Yeah, Mao said it's right to rebel. Yeah, of course. Content writes, honestly too, branding does not make anything unique. A can of beans is a can of beans. A road is a road. Yeah. Yeah, that's capitalist innovation, right? We have 58 different brands of potato chips, 58 different brands of a cereal that you can buy. But you got to buy those 58 brands from the same guy. Austin Wallace. Austin Wallace, I don't think I've ever seen you here before. Hey, comrade, I saw your China isn't imperialist view on TikTok. Could you talk about the Belt and Road Initiative and them taking ports after non-payment on loans? I don't think they are imperialist, but these are regularly brought up against them. Okay, yeah, I love talking about China, dude. The more I learn about China, the more I fall in love with China. So, first and foremost, this claim that they're taking payments after non-payment on loans, I see literally no evidence of this. I don't know everything. I'm not a god. I don't have an omnipotent view. I'm not viewing the world and can freeze time and can see every little thing that happens. So, my question is very much, where's the evidence for this claim? Which port, where, when, at what time, under what circumstances? And whenever I try to find that information, I don't find anything. You know what I do find? I find that China gives out loans to African nations, right, in order to help them build up their infrastructure, such as ports, such as mines, roads, electricity, all of that kind of stuff. And when a conflict occurs between China and Africa African nations, China is more than willing to restructure their loans and restructure the situation that they're in, including suspending loans and loan forgiveness. The myth of the Chinese debt trap. The Atlantic did a really great write-up on this, right? The Chinese debt trap is a myth. This is a bit of an old article, I'll admit it, 2021, right? It's been 3 years, so perhaps things have changed, right? Perhaps suddenly, for whatever reason, China is actually operating in a manner that is different from this. I highly advise, if you're interested in this whole debt trap thing, this is the article to look at. Essentially, the West is highly incentivized to convince people that China is in fact not different than us. It has very similar qualities to when they try to pretend like communism and fascism is the same. That the purpose of following this line of saying, look, they're just as bad as us, right, is so that there's going to be the fascists on one side and the communists on the other side, and there's going to be a mass of people in the middle. And when the fascists begin to act the way that fascists do, they want to make sure that the middle doesn't turn to the communists. And the strategy that they follow through to ensure that that doesn't happen, they're the same as us, leaving the center confused and disoriented and not sure which way to go, right? And that's more or less the strategy here as well. Oh, China's the same as us, right? So they act the same way that we do. They do the same things that we do. So when we preemptively bomb them, right? The Iraq justification, they have weapons of mass destruction. China has weapons of mass destruction, right? So when we preemptively bomb them, we're just doing what they would have done to us anyway, right? Because they're just like us, right? So that's the strategy, and that's what they're doing. Jean Dupont writes, hello, authoritarian. Authoritarian is a meaningless buzzword. Oh no, the country passes laws and then expects those laws to be followed. Authoritarian. You just live in a country that is lawless. You live in a barbarian culture that doesn't actually have laws or rules in the first place. And so when you see a culture and a civilization that actually passes laws and then expects those laws to be followed, authoritarian. It's just a garbage brain take. I would prefer to live in a country that passes laws and then expects those laws to be followed. Fiddleford writes, I explain our economy in the way to the youngsters that it is a foolishness, just as the divine right was, as well as our understanding at the time of the world. Yeah, I think that we will look back on the concept of capitalist realism and connect it to the same concept as like the divine rights of kings. That we will just basically say, oh yeah, like we got caught in a hysteria. We got caught in this sort of illogical, emotion-based idea that said, God decided it was true, right? Like, the concept of capitalist realism is not any different than saying God decided it was true, right? That the argument is that it's interwoven in our DNA. God chose. Okay, I don't take that seriously, because all of the evidence is against it. There's plenty of evidence to show that human civilization can advance past its stages of development. That we are actually advancing and developing different theories and different ideas, and that capitalism is not the end of that development, and it is likely going to be just another iteration, another step, and probably a pretty short-term one too, given its destructive qualities, right? That capitalism can't actually survive, right? That capitalism destroys everything around it and then itself. And in the space of like 400 years, it's literally generating an apocalyptic event that's threatening to wipe out the species itself. So it's either develop past this point or get wiped out. And most of the world's population is saying, we should probably develop past this point. We should probably get over it. Like, why are we holding on to this sort of weird, strange idea that's only really been around for about 400 years? And why should we tolerate a strange, cultish, religious organization that has propped up, that essentially worships money, is infatuated with itself to a degree that can only be described as narcissistic, and fundamentally just worships chaos, which is the free market they keep banging on about. Like, these guys are chaos death knights who are fueling a climate change apocalypse that's going to destroy the entire species, based on religious principles exclusively and only. The rest of the world isn't going to take that lying down. Austin, thank you for your question, my man. I hope that answers your question. I hope if you have any others, please feel free. I give preference to new people when they come in, because I think that it's important to engage with new people and to try to radicalize people as much as possible, change people's perceptions, change people's ideas, change the way you look at the reality around you. Because the way that most of us are looking at the world around us is very reactive, emotions-driven, and very steeped in nationalism, which I consider to be a very inherent and innate sort of force, which is just nationalistic, right? I love my nation because I was born here, and my nation's the best because it's me. And there's like a self-reflection there. Thank you, Austin. Well, I appreciate you coming. Thank you for being here. God bless you. Be sure to like the stream. Fight the algorithm. Fight the power. So, pivoting over, when the National Post is reporting on this, right? The National Post loves to publish like Zionist propaganda and like Goebbels level propaganda. So when they are publishing 1 in 4 Canadians live in poverty, new report says, it's serious, right? It's gotten so bad that they can't actually ignore it anymore. And you're pretty sure, I'm pretty sure, that it's more than 1 in 4, right? According to Statistics Canada, the prevalence of poverty in Canada was 10.3% in 2019. However, the new report shows a different picture. A new report by Food Banks Canada suggests that more Canadians may be living in poverty than previously estimated, with 25% potentially falling into this category. Look at the soft language that they're using. They might be, maybe, allegedly, perhaps, potentially, maybe. The new report applies Canadian data to Material Deprivation Index, a poverty metric widely used in Europe, in order to measure the standard of living. A better understanding of poverty is critical if we are to accurately evaluate our process, or lack of progress, in reducing material distress among households in Canada, the report reads. The report suggests that poverty is about lacking more than the basic necessities. Instead, the author looked at 11 types of essential items Canadians said they could not afford, such as transportation, footwear, special occasions, and more. Experts determined that 25% of Canadians are living at a poverty level living standard because they cannot afford 2 or more of such essentials. The author's findings greatly exceed past estimations of the poverty rate, which Statistics Canada reported to be 2019 to be 10.3%. Typically, when defining poverty, analysts look at the poverty line, which is determined by household income. Canada's existing measurement of poverty, the market-based measure, determines the standard of living by adding the cost of a basket of goods and services, which represent a modest household of 2 adults and 2 children in various locations across Canada. However, the new report's methodology would mean that 10 million of Canada's 40 million people are living in poverty, compared with the 4 million people as reported by Statistics Canada. The report claims that 30% of people 18 to 30 years old, 44.5% of single-parent households, and 42% of renters can't afford 2 or more household essentials. 17% of Canadians are over the 3-item deprivation threshold, the report says, and are therefore even more likely to be experiencing a poverty-level standard of living. Honestly, like, all of these measurements and everything are all well and good as far as I'm concerned, right? But you know what the real poverty is? You know what really drives the anxiety and the fear that exists in Canada? The fact that your landlord can just rent evict you, right? The fact that your boss can just fire you. The fact that on a whim, however they want to and whatever they and through whatever machination they can find, they'll just upend your life. Like, do you know what would happen to me if my landlord just slipped a piece of paper under my door that said, hey, we're doing renovations. You have 2 months. You have 1 month. If they're nice, they'll give me 2, right? To get out. Do you know what would happen to me? That would destroy my life. That would absolutely destroy my life. Rent, right now, I happen to live in a building that is still under rent control, right? So they can only raise the rent a little bit every so often. I find myself to be quite fortunate to be in that circumstance. Average rent in the city for a 1-bedroom is $2,500 right now. If I was forced out of this apartment, my rent would close to double, potentially triple. I don't think I would be able to live in this city anymore. It would absolutely uproot me from all of my connections. It would absolutely uproot me from my friends. It would absolutely uproot me from where I live and what I am doing. And it would absolutely destroy my life on a fundamental level. And I would be forced to go somewhere and start all over again at the age of 41. That's poverty. That's poverty. And most of us, whether we like to think of it or not, most of us are living in those circumstances. Where one asshole, because he wants to, because he gets it in his head, $2,500 is more than that other number. I could make more money if I did that. I like big numbers. Little numbers are worse than big numbers. And he's never met me. I've never met him. He's a psychopath. He doesn't give a fuck about people. That's poverty. That's the measurement of poverty. If your boss just decides, you know, this guy's been around for a little while and I'm paying him, he's gotten a couple of raises and I'm paying him a little bit. You know what? I'm just going to get rid of him and I'm going to have some teenager do his job at the minimum wage rate and I'll save myself some money. Because big number is better than small number. That's literally all it takes. Is just some dullard dummy who's too stupid to find the business that he owns on a map, who makes routinely poor business decisions, these vulture capitalists who don't care about the businesses that they buy up so that they can carve them up and destroy them, right? That's literally all it takes. Like, I've seen people who have been in companies for 15, 20 years get shit canned out of nowhere. Why? Because we looked at a spreadsheet and came to the conclusion that if we just hired some new person to do the job, we could save some money over the term. Like, that's poverty. And most of us live under those conditions, which is why we need to overthrow the system of capital, why we need to get rid of these capitalists. Because we have people in our society that can literally just ruin people's lives for fucking nothing. Because they get it in their head that, oh, big number better than little number. Uh-huh. And that's it. That's the extent of their reasoning. That's the extent of their logic. And we're all supposed to take these people very, very seriously, as opposed to recognizing that these are grown children who have been given way more authority than they're permitted. It's so odd to be accused of being an authoritarian when we live in a society where I can literally be homeless tomorrow because some rich cocksucker decides that big number better than little number. What's more authoritarian than that? What could possibly be more authoritarian? Like, yeah, sorry, I want to live in a country where we pass laws and expect those laws to be followed. Yeah, I guess that makes me an authoritarian. Now excuse me while I go to work for capitalists and then pay rent to capitalists in order to have permission to survive and live. Very, very serious commentary. Just Me writes, I've been rent-evicted 4 times. Never once was a renovation done. Yeah. Well, I'm actually extremely nervous. The apartment above me, beside me, and below me are being renovated right now. Like, that's seriously happening. That's a thing that is occurring right now in my life. It's actually terrifying. Right? That's poverty. Yep, Austin writes, this definitely shows you the falling rate of profit as the workers cannot buy back the things they produce. Yeah, like, that's just as Marx predicted it, right? That eventually the people can't buy the goods that they produce with the wage that they're afforded by the capitalist class. And that's the end of the system of capital, that it destroys itself that way. I'm more or less of the opinion that the capitalists are aware of this dynamic, and they don't care. And they just don't care. That the policy that we're under now is one of extraction followed by abandonment. That they know that the system will collapse. They're aware of its collapsing. And when it collapses, they'll just harvest up as much money as they can and leave. And they're fine with that. They don't care if you die. They don't care if you're homeless. They don't care if you're struggling to feed your children. They don't care. They're psychopaths. That's why we need to overthrow them. Azron writes, my favorite YouTube channel. That's so kind of you. Like, share, subscribe. Do the things. Fight the algorithm. Tim Smith. I don't know if I've ever seen you here before, Tim. Good to see you, my man. Or they try to replace people with AI. Yeah, all this AI stuff is about as overhyped as a thing as I've ever seen. Like, I'm more or less of the opinion that what we have seen with all of this AI stuff is just people trying to sell AI, right? It's so powerful and strong and overwhelmed. Jean Dupont writes, if Marx saw today's China, he would be totally proud of a living experience, exactly what he wrote about. If you don't know anything about China, you can basically say whatever you like about it, right? Like, if you don't know anything about the history of China, if you don't know anything about what's going on in China, then you can make these little kind of snide, sort of passive-aggressive comments and expect to be taken seriously. If Karl Marx saw what was going on in modern China, the first thing he would do is, well, what happened in China? What's the history of China? How did it get to be this way? Because China didn't invent capitalism. What's with the capitalist forces that exist in China? And anybody who wanted to be honest about China or know something about China would say, well, they fought a war against they fought a revolutionary war against the international bourgeois, who were enacting what the Chinese call 100 years of humiliation. They succeeded and put into place the People's Republic of China in 1949. 1950, Korea is destroyed. The Vietnam War begins. Dwight D. Eisenhower threatens to nuke China. The Vietnam War lasts 20 years. 30,000 troops go to Vietnam. So after they fight a revolutionary war in order to gain the borders of China where they are now, They have to fight the international bourgeois as they begin to fight wars of aggression on their borders. And the Chinese basically come to the conclusion that they can't win those wars. And so they have to concede. Right? They have to concede. Right? They have to bend the knee to capital. Because capital has destroyed Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, killed 20% of the population of those countries, destroyed 80% of the infrastructure. Same thing with Korea. You see how this is politically divided? Yeah, that happened in 1955. Right? Thanks to the United States government and the destruction of Korea, where they murdered 20% of the civilian population there. If you don't know anything about it, though, then you can say what you like. The Chinese, under these threats, bend the knee, and they capitulate. And they begin the process of opening up. Right? That's what Deng called it, Deng Xiaoping. They begin the process of opening up. But there are successes in bending the knee. Number one, the war ends. Right? Up until that point, China had not had a single year of peaceful development. They literally fought a revolutionary war up until 1949, and it isn't until 1976, with the death of Mao, that they begin the process of peaceful development. Right? So 1976, they begin this process of opening up. Success number one, peace. Success number two, they actually maintain control of the political apparatus. And from 1976 up until the modern day, they've been doing everything they can to defend themselves from the system of capital. Xi Jinping literally launched, the modern leader of China, the fifth generation of revolutionary communists in China, launched a campaign to extract corruption from the National People's Congress. You can have a debate about the efficacy of it, and you can have a debate about how successful that was, but you can't debate that it didn't happen. He also did an enormous campaign to eliminate poverty throughout China and level out the income inequality that came in over the last 30 years of growth. So what would Karl Marx say of the situation after he did that historical and material analysis of China and tried to learn something about the subject before he spoke about it? He would say, looks to me like China fought a military conflict against the international bourgeois that they lost ultimately, and are now fighting an economic conflict against the international bourgeois that they plan on winning, and it will lead to yet another military conflict against the international bourgeois, which they intend on winning. And after they win that conflict, they're going to take their economic might and their economic power, and they're going to launch to the fucking moon. That's what's actually going on in China. You can pretend like that's not happening, but it doesn't make you interesting or credible. From the breach. Inside the shocking police operation targeting pro-Palestine activists in Toronto, a heavily resourced hate crimes unit has engaged in surveillance, night raids, and trumped-up charges against the Palestinian Solidarity Movement. Well, you thought the police were just gonna leave the pro-Palestinian movement alone? You thought that they were gonna just continue being nice to the Palestinians and to the pro-Palestinian movement? This is from the breach. The banging at the front door started at 5:30 a.m. It was so heavy that on the second floor of the Mississauga, Ontario home of the Islaya family, a bed began to shake. The Palestinian-Canadian family of 5 opened the door in late January to find several Toronto police officers with a warrant to arrest their eldest son. We were in shock, Sua Islaya told The Breach in an interview. Did my son hurt someone? Did he kill someone? Those were thoughts that crossed my mind. Ahmed Islaya, a 26-year-old elementary school teacher, was accused of participating in a demonstration that briefly halted traffic on Toronto's Gardiner Expressway in November. The protest against Israel's assault on Gaza had lasted for only 5 minutes. After waking up Ahmed, handcuffing him, and charging him with mischief, 8 police officers sat the family, still in their pajamas, at their dining room table. While they searched their home, the front door stayed open, despite freezing winter weather and the family's pleas to police to close it. According to the warrant, marked authorized to be executed at night, The items police were looking for included black pants, white Nike running shoes, and a keffiyeh. Our house is full of keffiyehs. We're Palestinian, Sua recalled telling the police. The family, who immigrated to Canada in 2005 from Ramallah, maintains strong connections to their homeland. I have a poster of a Palestine map. I asked them if they wanted that too. After the police left with Ahmed's computer, electronics, and clothes, the family discovered his room turned upside down. Drawers had been emptied on the floor. His mattress was thrown off the bed. A vase was broken, and several boxes had been rifled through. It took us back to our life in the West Bank, Sua said, when Israeli soldiers raided our home. The family is not alone. Since October 7th, both Palestinians and non-Palestinians involved in common, non-violent protest have been targeted in a sweeping, heavily resourced police operation that experts say has engaged... 1 second here. Connectivity issues. And we are back. Led by Expanded Hate Crimes Unit and operating under the name Project Resolute, the police's tactics have included pre-dawn raids, snatching people on the street, trying to turn arrested individuals into informants, showing up unannounced at university lectures, and capitalizing on years of surveilling activist movements. Can anybody in the chat just affirm that we are connected? Thank you. Policing scholars and lawyers say the Toronto police have undermined charter-protected rights of protest and expression by misapplying hate crime charges, with some saying the aim is strategic incapacitation of a growing Palestinian solidarity movement. Thank you, Peanut Butter, Beatrice, and Just Me. Thank you, guys. Jean Dupont, stick around. I'll answer that question after the article. I gotta tell you guys, I'm reading this article, and I'm getting big, like, Nazis kicking in doors looking for Jews vibes. Right? That's what I'm getting. I don't know if that's what you're getting. Policing scholars and lawyers say the Toronto police have undermined charter-protected rights of protest and expression by misapplying hate crime charges, with some saying the aim is strategic incapacitation of a growing Palestinian solidarity movement. Yet, in several instances, months after the arrests and showy police press conferences, the cases are falling apart and charges are being withdrawn. But in the time it has taken for the Crown to acknowledge that charges lacked a prospect of conviction, media headlines have caused significant damage to the livelihoods and reputations of those targeted. Kevin Walby, an associate professor of criminal justice at the University of Winnipeg and an expert on police tactics, called it the height of political policing. The police aren't acting to target everyone consistently, Walby said. It's driven by pervasive anti-Palestinian sentiment among government officials, and it undermines the very idea of hate speech law when police apply the charges so selectively to serve political interests. Shane Martinez, a Toronto defense lawyer representing multiple people charged in the protests, said the operation raises questions about the anti-Palestinian bias of the Toronto Police Service. The police should be outraged that millions of taxpayer dollars are being used not to combat hate crimes, but to surveil and repress one of the largest mass organization movements seen in decades, Martinez said. Hate Crimes Unit zones in on Palestine protests. On October 7th, not long after the news broke of Hamas's cross-border attacks on Israeli civilians and military bases, Toronto Chief of Police Myron Demke posted a message on X. I am closely monitoring the events in Israel with deep concern. The Toronto police is not aware of any threats to Jewish communities in Toronto. However, we have increased our presence and visibility to ensure the safety of our Jewish communities and all residents. No such message of concern would ever be forthcoming for Toronto's Palestinian community, even as Israel launched its bombardment and invasion of Gaza, which to date has killed more than 37,000 Palestinians. It was an early sign of a one-sided policing approach. Several days later, Mayor Olivia Chow put forward a motion that would give police a central role in keeping Toronto safe from hate. A small meeting followed between the Toronto Police Hate Crimes Unit, part of its intelligence services, and Chow's top staff and the deputy mayor. Also in attendance was Councillor James Pasternak, an aggressive defender of Israel, who had previously tried to ban the group Queers Against Israeli Apartheid from the city's Pride Parade. A week later, Chief Demke and the unit's senior officials participated in a major town hall organized by the United Jewish Appeal. Police promised a similar event with the Muslim community, but did not respond to the breach's question about whether it happened. Meanwhile, several other pieces fell into place that would reinforce one-sided policing. The Toronto Police made a decision to empower the Hate Crimes Unit, giving it leadership of Project Resolute. The unit grew from 6 officers to 32, according to a verbal report Chief Demke gave the Police Services Board in November. Officers from other specialized units were drawn into the operation. In late October 2023, the mandate of the unit was also quietly expanded to include the investigation of any occurrence generated as a result of protests and/or demonstrations related to the Middle East conflict. This stood out as a red flag to defense lawyer Martinez. The fact that the police expanded its mandate to investigate Middle East protest activity that is not considered hateful or even criminal makes it evident that this movement was targeted because it is connected to Palestine, he said. They likely saw this as a major surveillance opportunity. The Toronto Police refused several requests for an interview and did not respond to questions from the breach. But one officer, who the breach is not naming because they were not authorized to speak to the media, said police had set up a fully integrated intelligence sharing model, getting fed information by RCMP's Integrated National Security Enforcement Team and CSIS, Canada's spy agency. Dozens of other officers were soon deployed to fulfill the city's motion's requests to create community safety zones, monitoring and protecting Jewish and Muslim places of worship. Will not allow the people of our city to be intimidated, Demke pledged in front of city councillors at a police services meeting board in November while explaining the meaning of Project Resolute. Lest anyone try to misconstrue the meaning of the term, let me be clear. We are resolute in our mission to ensure public safety and security, while also ensuring that the constitutionally protected right to free speech and assembly is maintained. But in the months to come, those rights would come under the crosshairs of the Hate Crimes Unit. Strategic incapacitation of a growing movement. A socialist flag, a university lecture, a peaceful protest on a highway overpass, a nonviolent office sit-in, and posters and washable paint splashed on a bookstore, all have drawn Project Resolute's attention and resources. In many cases, this attention has led to charges of hate-motivated crime or severe restrictions on subsequent protest. In mid-April, Samantha was walking along College Street after attending a protest at Union Station, when a stranger suddenly grabbed her wrist. She shook him off and kept walking, taking her phone out of her pocket. He followed behind and grabbed her once again, slapping the phone out of her hand. "You can't do that, that's assault," Samantha shouted, recalling the encounter in an interview with the breach. That's when the stranger and several others surrounded her, announced themselves to be plainclothes police officers, and declared that she was under arrest. The arrest, she was informed, was for a peaceful sit-in she had attended at the Toronto office of Oz Venture 3 months earlier, in January. Samantha is not the protester's real name, and the breach has agreed to keep her anonymous for fear of professional retribution. Oz, an investment fund led by former Conservative Prime Minister Stephen Harper, is behind a facial recognition tech being used by the Israeli military to conduct mass surveillance of Palestinians in Gaza. High-profile activists Desmond Cole and Anna Lippman were also arrested for participating in the same sit-in, and released on conditions that prevent them from using devices to amplify their voice when attending demonstrations. To Professor Walby, picking off lead organizers is a classic tactic in the playbook police use against social movements. It's what we call strategic incapacitation of groups that threaten the political order, Walby said. The tactics also include bogus or trumped-up charges, early morning raids, and surveillance and strategic intelligence to know as much as possible about activist communications. I think we are seeing all of these techniques, amplified by anti-Palestinian racism, brought to bear on this transformative movement. Earlier in January, police took the extraordinary step of banning protest on the Avenue Road Bridge over Highway 401. Some Jewish organizations claim the location had been chosen because of the large Jewish population in the area, but for the protesters, it was a convenient and highly visible spot. Hesham Ali, a 36-year-old operations manager who lives a 5-minute drive from the overpass, was roughly arrested by police and charged with obstruction. The Canadian Civil Liberties Association blasted the police ban as setting a dangerous precedent. In February, Project Resolute even made itself felt in a university lecture hall. Palestinian scholar Muhannad Ayash was preparing to deliver a presentation at York University when 2 uniformed police officers entered the room. When challenged, officers said that they had been called by the university to address a possible protest. But according to the breach's investigation, this wasn't true. In fact, York administrators revealed to a select group of professors that the police were acting on an alert from a special intelligence unit. The crown jewel of Project Resolute's operations, however, was its sustained focus on a protest against Indigo CEO Heather Reisman. In early November, Indigo's flagship Bloor store in Toronto was plastered with posters and red paint to protest Reisman's involvement in a foundation that provides millions of dollars every year to people who volunteered to join the Israeli military. For 2 weeks, nearly 10 officers from the Hate Crimes Unit worked full-time on the case, scouring social media and canvassing neighborhoods where the protesters lived for camera footage. Night raids followed, involving more than 50 officers and a canine unit. They used tactics, usually reserved for violent criminal offenses, arresting people in bed, handcuffing family members of those accused, and leaving doors knocked off their hinges. Toronto police announced that the postering was being treated as a hate-motivated offense, and said it was carried out because Reisman is Jewish, even though one of the accused, a professor at York University, is Jewish herself. When protests first started against Reisman's funding of Israeli military volunteers in 2006, the Jewish Women's Committee to End the Occupation were centrally involved. At least 4 of the people who used paint and posters to protest Reisman last year were suspended from their jobs, others lost contracts, and others still were subjected to harassment on social media. As of early April, the costs of Project Resolute reached $12 million, though additional legal costs associated with the operations would likely increase that tally by millions more. Indigo CEO's instant access to police chief. Claims of political pressure have swirled around the Toronto Police's operations, with experts stressing that police are not the only ones driving its politicized nature. The police are leveraging significant public resources and personnel, said Walby. That's only possible because everyone from Olivia Chow to Doug Ford and Justin Trudeau have been pretty supportive. There is a broader formation of elites whose views are animating what police are doing. In January, the day before Toronto Police Chief declared a ban on the Avenue Road protests, he met with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. When Trudeau was pressed by the media about what he had said to Chief Demke, he only said, "The federal government doesn't have any line of command over the decisions taken by the Ontario and Toronto police." It's not just political figures who are suspected of giving prompts to Toronto police. The same day that Indigo was plastered with posters protesting her support for Israel's military, CEO Heather Reisman made a phone call to Toronto's chief of police, according to a police source. To Walby, the example is telling. It shows some elites have instant access to the upper echelons of the police, Walby said. The police aren't being directed, and they're not taking marching orders, but clearly they are taking cues. They're taking advice that reflects a certain set of political interests. This is access and power that any other Canadian does not have. Reisman spoke to police again in late November. The next day, Toronto police added a new charge to the accused: criminal harassment, which is behavior that causes a victim to fear for their safety or the safety of anyone known to them. It carries the potential sentence of 10 years in jail. We were watching you. The day after the 11 accused in the Indigo case were arrested, one of the individuals was interrogated in detention by a hate crimes unit officer. The officer revealed that police had been monitoring No One Is Illegal, the migrant justice organization that some of the arrested were members of. We were watching you, the the officer told the individual. While police have relied on long-standing surveillance of movements, newcomers to activism have also been caught in Project Resolute's web of attempted surveillance. Cyrus Reynolds, a 34-year-old construction worker attending protests for the first time in his life, was arrested on Avenue Road the day after protests were banned. After being released from the police station, Reynolds said he was approached by a detective who asked to speak to him in a side room. The detective, who told Reynolds he was with the intelligence unit, urged him to join a confidential informant program and to share upcoming dates and locations of any Palestinian solidarity actions. He told Reynolds that he couldn't make any promises, but in return, he would try to help him out with his charges. "Make sure you don't tell your wife about this. I'm married too, but I don't tell my wife everything," Reynolds recalled the detective saying. Reynolds told him there was no way he would be an informant. Months on, police's charges are falling apart. In the middle of the proceeding, the Justice of the Peace delivered a stern rebuke to the Crown prosecutor. It was late April, and the Crown had agreed to drop charges against Magid Samed Hilal al-Khalaf, a 41-year-old sports instructor. Back in January, he had been charged with publicly inciting hatred for flying the flag of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, a Marxist-Leninist party with a military wing, and several legislators in the Palestinian parliament. But 3 months later, the Crown was withdrawing the charge because there was no reasonable prospect of conviction. Yet the assistant Crown attorney had made a statement at the hearing that the police had legitimate concerns the flag could incite hatred towards Jews, and that Torontonians should be put on notice that flying it may very well be met with further arrests. Justice of the Peace Robert Schar looked taken aback. "I must say that's an extremely concerning statement to put on the record while withdrawing a charge," he said. Police were clearly scrambling to save face. At the time of al-Khalaf's arrest in January, Chief Demke had confidently declared the flag illegal and called the charge unprecedented. He told CBC that police have never laid a charge of this nature. To Martinez, who is al-Khalaf's lawyer, this smacked of political opportunism, with a bias clearly at play. It's not like the police have been laying charges against people flying the Confederate flag, which is often associated with hate groups and white supremacy, he said, but suddenly they were motivated to charge someone for flying the flag of a Palestinian organization without first doing any research. Left and right, the police's arrests were falling apart. Charges against all the individuals arrested at the Avenue Road protests were withdrawn almost immediately. A defense lawyer told The Breach that someone within the Crown's office said the collapse of one case had Demke pulling his hair out. The Indigo case was going no better. After making a media splash during the arrests, the Crown's case was disorganized, languishing under several delays. As of early June, they had not yet provided key documents to the defendants' lawyers to explain the basis for the police search warrants and night raids. 4 of the 11 accused had their charges dropped, yet again because of no reasonable prospect of conviction. At the court hearing, a lawyer for one of the defendants, Mike Letold, said there was not a scintilla of evidence to support the allegations of hate motivation. At a press conference the following week, Letold added he believed all the rest of the charges in the Indigo case should be dropped. Police came into homes across the GTA and invaded their sanctity in ways that were highly traumatizing. And for what? For paint and posters? Letold said. The use of paint and posters to freely express our dissent is a time-honored tradition, one we see as part of the cut and thrust of urban life and the vibrancy of the city's fabric, and it is all the more important to protect when criticism of Israel's war in Gaza is being suppressed. To criminalize this sends a very chilling message. As for the Islaya family, they told The Breach they are still shaken by their encounter with the police. For weeks after their home was raided, they found it difficult to sleep. In May, the Crown finally dropped its charges against Ahmad Islaya, saying pursuing it would not be in the public interest. But that doesn't change the damage done to the family. Ahmad's arrest, covered across the media, was broadcast on the large television at the local YMCA where he used to teach kids to swim. Colleges at the school where he works heard about the arrest too. "How did my son deserve something like this? They treated him like a criminal," his mother Sua said. We immigrated to Canada so that our kids would not suffer here like we did in Palestine. The Toronto police still haven't returned several of Ahmad's things, including his phone, jacket, keffiyeh, as his prized possession, a drone. He used it to shoot videos in the community and to build a fledgling freelance business when not teaching. He's waiting to get it back so he can again start documenting the Palestinian solidarity movement. Despite the efforts of Project Resolute, the protest movement is not letting up. There's a genocide happening, Ahmed said. I want to film the vast numbers coming out to show support for Gaza. I want to get the word out. A cab, 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 a cab. Yeah, normal society full of normal people doing normal stuff. Absolutely. Jean Depont writes, do you believe capitalism is needed to be a country from scratch? As you say, China is this way because of a war? I don't actually understand your question, Jean. So, maybe try again, my man. Nilo writes, a vicious cycle of avenging mothers and fathers and children and brothers and sisters and cousins and friends. The irony of all of this is that hate speech laws have their origin with the Soviet Union. Why is Kanye West over on Twitch? Good to see you. So what is going to happen to Gaza? Gaza is going to be leveled. Gaza is going to be absolutely decimated. It has already been decimated. All of the buildings are going to be destroyed. All of this is going to be cleared away. The people who live there will be displaced and scattered throughout Israel, Egypt, as well as the Middle East. They will flee or be killed. This genocide will ethnically cleanse this territory, and absolutely 2.2 million people will die or be displaced. Then the territory will be revitalized. They'll announce a revitalization progress. That territory will be sold to wealthy industrial capitalists, and they will also begin the exploitation of the natural gas that exists in Gaza. And that's what will happen in Gaza. Reeves asks an instantly suspicious question that immediately has my eye looking at you. Rule number 1 of this establishment, no Nazis. So when you ask thoughts on Hitler, bad. Not a good man. Can they escape to Egypt? I mean, they'll try. Like, we're in an every man for themselves situation. There are no organizations. There are no institutions. It's pretty much the Jews under Hitler in Nazi Germany, right? Where countries are not taking them in, countries are rejecting them. They're rejecting their refugee status, right? And incidentally, what they're doing in Gaza, they will begin doing in the West Bank. This is not going to become a unique thing. That once this is finished and once they begin the extraction of natural gas from this territory, once this ethnic cleansing is considered completed, and the Gazans are essentially displaced and scattered, the Zionists in Israel will turn their eye on the West Bank and they will continue the genocide there. So that's what's going to happen. Areeves is an embarrassing person. Areeves writes, kind of like Stalin then, both bad. You don't know anything about Stalin. It's an embarrassing thing to say, to say that Hitler and Stalin have parity with one another. Stalin never enacted a Holocaust. Stalin did not start World War II. The idea that these two people should be considered comparable or comparable is an embarrassing thing to say. It smacks of illiteracy and anti-intellectualism. Like, you literally don't know anything about the subject if you're saying that stuff out loud and embarrassing yourself in my channel like that. Yes, Stalin did participate in World War II, yes, as the defendant. Let me really reduce this, because I seem to have two sort of clueless people in my chat right now. Let me make it as reductive as possible. Walking into a room where two people are fighting and then just saying fighting is bad, therefore both are bad, is something a child thinks. Adults would like to know answers to questions like, who started the fight? What are they fighting over? What's the history of these two individuals? What's going on here? Is one of them an assailant? Is one of them abusive? What's happening? What are the circumstances? And we reserve judgment as adults until we actually receive that information. And what you'll find is, oh yes, one person is attacking another. That self-defense is actually a defense. That if you're in court and you say, I was defending myself, and you can show that you were defending yourself, court systems will say, so, Sean, I'm just going to ban you. No Nazis. I think you've said enough. I have a no-Nazi policy, and Nazi apologetics is Nazism, so we're getting rid of you right now. You are not an intelligent person. You are a very dim-witted person. Please read any book. I recommend The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich by William L. Shire. Please learn empathy and compassion for your fellow man. Please learn anything whatsoever. Stop listening to Western propaganda. Stop listening to Nazi propaganda. Stop putting this garbage into your head. Read books. Learn something. Become intelligent. Shut your mouth and be quiet. Go away. Reeves continues with his Nazi propaganda in my chat. Are you a Holodomor denier? What a ridiculous phrase. The people who make the claim are the ones that need to provide the evidence, and there's no evidence that the Soviet Union intentionally did that genocide. Like, there's just no evidence. We literally have opened the Soviet archives. Do you know what we found? We found the Soviets scrambling to resolve a natural disaster. That's what we found. So if you would like to make the claim, please provide the evidence. Randy Cartman says, I like your Palestinian flag. Thanks for the support. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Like, what's happening in Palestine is a genocide, and it is absolutely a genocide. The fact that our media does not report it as a genocide should tell you everything you need to know about our country and the people who inhabit it. Like, the idea that we can just publish these things and be taken seriously, right? Yeah, Randy said the only evidence they have is shoes. Yeah. Well, the thing that makes it tricky, the Holodomor, right, is that there was a famine, right? There absolutely was a famine. But it's a famine-stricken area, right? There were famines under the SARS. And when the famines happened under the SARS, do you know what happened? They just happened. And the SARS went, yeah, well, what are you going to do? Right? That when a famine happened under the Soviet Union, right, they dealt with the crisis, they confronted it, and have you noticed how there's been no famine there since? So I think it could be very successfully argued that the Soviets confronted a system of natural disasters, unlike the SARS before them, and they resolved the issue of famines, right? But here's the embarrassing thing about these people who make this claim about the Holodomor, right? They pretend as though there is such a thing as a secret genocide. Like, genocides are massive organizational procedures. You need to organize millions of people to enact a genocide. You cannot round up millions of people. You cannot withhold millions of tons of grain in secret. You have to have planning documents. You have to have discussions. You have to have speeches. You have to deal with the dissent in your own public. You have to have conversations about it in public. You need to talk about it. There will be a political opposition movement. Where's the political opposition movement in Ukraine? Where's the Ukrainian government protesting it? Where's the opposition movement protesting it? Where's anybody actually talking about this? And guess what? It doesn't exist. You can't find it. Why? Because the Holodomor was always Nazi propaganda. It was always put forward by the Nazis and then now is being upheld by the CIA and is being adopted by politicians across North America and Europe in a very concerning way as it shows that our political class is absolutely willing to kowtow to literal Nazi propaganda. We can literally show you Stalin saying out loud, "I am concerned that a famine is coming to Ukraine. Let us begin the process of sending seed and grain there now." We do not have time for hunger does not have time for bookkeeping, as he sent grain. The idea that there was a famine that was an intentional genocide in the region is, to put as fine a point as I possibly can on it, either Nazi propaganda or the most baby-brained thing I've ever heard in my life. Show literally any evidence. When Adolf Hitler committed the Holocaust, he said so. We can see it. When the Americans committed the genocide against the First Nations people, they said so. When Canada did the residential school system, they said so. When Netanyahu commits the genocide against the Gazans, he said so. And you know why? Because you can't mobilize millions of dollars of resources and millions of people without talking about it. It's pretty basic stuff. So show me one Soviet bureaucrat, show me one Ukrainian bureaucrat either supporting this genocide or defending themselves from that genocide. One, and I'll change my tune. You can't do it, doesn't exist. Randy Cartman writes, "I'm a girl from Saudi Arabia, and I love to see people around the world supporting Palestine. As they're Arabs and Muslims, I don't feel alone." What a beautiful sentiment, Randy. She continues, "To be honest, I know Hitler..." Oh, I'm gonna ask you to rephrase this because I think that you don't mean what I think you mean here. So maybe you want to readdress what you're saying about Hitler here. Because I think what you're trying to say there is Hitler knew from the beginning what he was going to do with the Jews. Hitler wrote Mein Kampf. He wrote Mein Kampf in prison years before he became the leader of Germany. And he wrote in Mein Kampf that his goal was to round up the Jews and exterminate them. Like there's some evidence for you. There's some evidence for you. I don't really understand why people are so infatuated and coming in here and trying to make the case that Hitler and Stalin are equivalents. It's just outs yourself as fast as possible. Fiddleford wrote, "A criticism could be, why were they feeding so much livestock when the livestock requires lots of grain compared to directly feeding it to people? However, the efforts in all were to make sure people had food. This is hardly a point which can be made, however." Look, if you want an actual criticism of what happened in the quote-unquote Holodomor, right, all you have to do is take a look at what the Soviets said of themselves, right? If you want to see the actual criticism, go to the Soviet archive, right? Find the document when the Soviets themselves sat down and asked themselves the question, what could we have done better? What did we do wrong? What is it that we where did we misstep? Because no one was more critical of the Soviets during that period of time than the Soviets themselves. Nobody. And the Soviet criticism of the Soviet policies and of the Soviet Union, if you want to criticize the Soviet Union, then use the Soviets' criticisms because they're the most scathing, right? That's where the narrative of the land reform movement and the war with the kulaks exacerbated this situation absolutely, right? That's where that narrative comes from. It's the Soviets themselves saying it. Randy asks, "Is there a Discord server?" There is. You have to donate to my Patreon at www.patreon.com/thecanadiancommie. You can also find the link in the description. Even a $1 donation gets you, or a $2 donation gets you into the Discord. Demand Better. Good to see you, Demand Better. The BRICS Economic Alliance is doing some amazing stuff right now. The US dollar has not been used less since World War II. because the East and the South is being pragmatic in their approach to American hegemony. Yeah, I completely think you're right there, Demand Better. I mean, look, the world doesn't want to do business with the United States anymore because the United States has absolutely nothing to offer the world, right? Like, what is the United States actually offering the world except for war, genocide, and terror, right? The entire rest of the world looks at Gaza and goes, oh, that's their plan for us. Oh, okay. Right? The entire rest of the world looks at Ukraine and goes, oh, that's their plan for us. Okay, okay. The entire rest of the world looks at Libya and goes, oh, that's their plan for us. Okay, okay. The entire rest of the world looks at Taiwan and goes, ah, that's their plan for us. Okay, okay. Like, the entire world, South America, Africa, Middle East, China, Russia, is looking at the United States and is going, these guys are Nazis. We have to protect ourselves from these guys. We have to isolate ourselves from these guys. That if the period in the post-Cold War period, what we might call the neoliberal period, was one of capitalist appeasement, now what we are looking at is a period of time that I think should be described as capitalist isolation. That the rest of the world is going to seek to isolate the United States and keep it separate. Why is Kanye West writes, I'm from the US, I'm not a Nazi. Here's the issue. Why is Kanye West? Here's the thing, right? Individuals within a system, the trouble is that the system is. That's the trouble. That the system of capital is a psychotic Nazi system. And individuals within the structure of the society and within it might very well be opposed to that. And might very well be opposed to the goings-on of a crazy, psychotic Nazi regime. It doesn't change the fact that the institutions and the structures are designed to act that way, and that the people who succeed within those structures are psychopaths and Nazis. That's the structure of capital. That's the structure of American, quote-unquote, democracy. Like, I really hate to break it to people, okay? The United States, the systems that exist in the United States were created by genocidal, mass-murdering slavers whose only interest and only desire was to maintain their position of wealth, power, and privilege. That's literally the only reason they wrote these documents at all. That something like the Second Amendment, for example, that the Second Amendment is written in the documentation as we all need to defend ourselves from the king. But really, what the Second Amendment is about is it's about here I am in South Carolina. I'm going to have a militia to protect the interests of my plantations in South Carolina. That's not a crime. You can't come after me just because I have a militia. Well, I'm over here in Georgia and I'm going to protect myself with a militia. You can't attack me because I got a militia. That all of these genocidal mass murdering slavers looked at one another and said, these genocidal mass murdering slavers are going to try to murder me and steal my land and steal my property. So we're going to enshrine in our Constitution the idea that just because we have an armed militia doesn't mean you get to attack each other. It makes sense that each of us would have an armed militia, and that's legal and that's fine, to protect our interests. Like, that's the purpose of the Second Amendment. And as the baton has passed down the generations, right, the people who have ascended into positions of power and privilege in the system of the United States are the people who are most inclined to be genocidal, murderers, and slavers. Because that's who designed the system. That's the purpose of the system. Reeves, you've basically shown me that you're not really worth listening to. Rule 1, or Rule 2 rather, because Rule 1 is no Nazis. Rule 2 is basic decency. If you are unwilling to engage in basic decency, then you are unintelligent. There's no reason to continue talking to you. David writes, Lenin, the farmer has to suffer a little hunger in order to save the factories and cities from starvation. I mean, if you want to decontextualize anybody, you can make any statement you like. You don't really know anything about Lenin or the Soviet Union or the Russian Revolution, right? Conton writes, if Hitler and Stalin are the same, then why is Stalin's fan base so small compared to neo-Yazis? They're the same, right? Stalin was hotter and won, so what gives? Yeah, like, think about it. No one dog whistles for Stalin. Yeah. Because, like, America is fundamentally a white supremacist nation, right? They only really talk about Stalin the way they do is because they don't want competition. Like, that's all. Nilo writes, tons of people used to love Stalin in the USSR until de-Stalinization. Many still do. Stalin is actually enjoying a revitalization and popularity today, as we have the lens of history. And the Soviet archives were opened up, right? A lot of the biggest crimes that Stalin was accused of, the Soviet archives show that he didn't do, such as the Holodomor, right? So all of the sort of myths surrounding Stalin are beginning to fall apart. And people are looking at Stalin again with a renewed eye and a renewed vigor. This isn't to say he was a perfect person, right? He's obviously a figure who's worthy of criticism, as all historical figures are. But to pretend as though he was just a bloodthirsty lunatic maniac is to disconnect yourself from reality in a pretty significant way. Long Defiant, good to see you. Ukraine is to Russia as Israel is to Iran, as Taiwan is to China. Yeah. I mean, I don't know that the relationship between Israel and Iran was intended to be that way, but it's definitely what it's become. I think that's a pretty fair thing to say. Oh, and Long Defiant, I want to thank you for challenging me from a production standpoint. The last time we talked, you said, hey, John, you should do clips. You should send clips around, which is something I've always known that I should do. And I've just been using the excuse of my own exhaustion and my own humanity and all of that. But today, because of that challenge, I came to realize that you were right and I should just do it. And so today is being recorded, and I'm going to clip something out of it, and I'm going to share it. And that's going to happen today, and that's because of you and your challenge to me. So thank you, Long Defiant. I appreciate and value that. Thank you so much. Content writes, I mean, Westerners aren't dog whistling for the tyrannical Soviets. The winners, nah, let's pick the losers. Yeah, it's because America liked the Nazis, right? Like, American capitalists loved the Nazis. They were over the moon about Hitler. They helped fund Hitler. People like Henry Ford helped Hitler fight the war. Like, so there's a lot of relatability between the two, right? And to me, I think the biggest thing is that the Nazis looked at the segregation system, the system of segregation that existed in America, and in order to use it for their own ideas and their own thoughts about how to treat the Jews in Germany, and they actually criticized segregation for being too harsh. Like, That's a real historical fact for you. So I think that the Nazis and the Americans saw a lot of had a lot of fraternity and a lot of basic understanding with one another. So Nilo writes, this is a fine thing to talk about, right? What about the Great Purge, or what's called here in the West the Great Terror, in regards to Stalin? So what is never brought up, right? What's never brought up is that there was a political assassination, right? Sergei Kirov, who was one of Stalin's, like, Stalin is here, right below him there's like 4 guys. One of them is Sergei Kirov, and he's assassinated, right? So let's just start with that piece of fun historical trivia. What do you think would happen in the United States if Joe Biden was assassinated? What do you think would happen if the vice president, Kamala Harris, was assassinated? What do you think would actually happen in America if Nancy Pelosi was assassinated, Chuck Schumer was assassinated? Like, what do you think would actually happen in the United States, right? Like Matt Gaetz, right? Any of these guys, like the current Speaker of the House, whatever his creepy weird little name is, right? But like, what do you think would happen in the United States if that occurred? What would you expect to see, right? Well, I would expect to see the media system lose its mind, right? I would expect to see immediate answers. I would expect to see like a tribunal, investigations, serious action taken. I would expect to see a huge police crackdown. I would expect to see people getting rounded up. And if it turned out that sections of the party were involved in a conspiracy to assassinate someone within that party, I would absolutely expect those people to go on trial, and I would absolutely expect those people to, at the very least, be purged from the party and go to jail. Right? So, like, for us to look at what happened during the quote-unquote Great Purge or the Great Terror and pretend as though exactly the same thing wouldn't happen to us, I just think it's total clown shoes. Like, of course it would. David writes, Kennedy. Yeah, the assassination of Kennedy. Conspiracy theories, a movie. Yeah. I mean, I think the difference there is that the CIA assassinated JFK. But in seriousness, there were major investigations that happened because of the JFK assassination. One of the major investigations that occurred was which was the Church Commission, which was an investigation into the CIA. And a lot of the information that we know about the CIA in regards to like MK Ultra, Operation Mockingbird, amongst others, Operation Paperclip, is because of the Church investigation. I actually think we should do another Church investigation into the CIA. It's a bit surprising that after we found out that the CIA was torturing people abroad, we didn't immediately do another Church investigation to be like, hey, what's the CIA doing? Maybe we should learn more about what the CIA is doing. And so there were major investigations and there were things that happened internally. The major difference is that it just kind of looks like this guy just shot JFK, right? That like it's sort of a failed. The failure lies within the Secret Service. I think that's just the truth. That they had the president out in the open, doing whatever, and some guy just shot him. Right? I don't really buy into the conspiracy theories. I don't think that there's like. I think that like it's just far more likely that like one of the things I find very surprising in a culture like the United States where there's so many mass shootings, like daily mass shootings, so many mass shootings that they're not even worth reporting anymore because they just happen so often. and like it's hard to care, it's hard to invest in them anymore because like it's obviously a systemic issue. There's obviously something deeper going on. But what's kind of amazing is that while that's happening, nobody is going after politicians. Like nobody's taking shots at politicians. That's kind of amazing. And I think it's probably by and large due to the fact that these people are surrounded by police services and secret services and intelligence services who understand what could happen, right? I can't imagine what it would have been like to be working for the Secret Service when JFK was assassinated. It's like you had one job, dude. I don't really care to get into the conspiracy theory about it because, like, in my view, like the truth is that I don't really view JFK as that much different than these guys. Like, I think that JFK was willing to talk up a game of like Soviet cooperation and all of this, but at the end of the day, you know, he was going to do what was in the interest of the capitalist class. Allo says, hi, what do you think is the best tank? Who cares? From Andrew Coyne. For those of you who don't know, Andrew Coyne is a long-standing journalist. I actually met Andrew Coyne very recently. It was so fun. He came into my shop, and I was like serving him, and I looked at him, and I was like, are you Andrew Coyne? And he was just like, yes. Canada is heading for humiliation at the coming NATO summit. Every government minister has a role to play. As Minister of National Defense, Bill Blair's role seems to find new and more creative ways to imply that Canada will live up to its NATO commitments without ever actually committing to do so, or certainly that it would if only he were defense minister. I was first impressed by his ingenuity in this regard at last year's Halifax International Security Forum, a gathering of hawkish defense and foreign policy types from across the democratic world. Mr. Blair had the unenviable task of hosting them 3 months into the job, at a time when Canada's feeble contribution to the collective defense is no longer politely overlooked, but increasingly the subject of pointed criticism. Is Andrew Coyne taking us to the conclusion that we should be ashamed that our military budget isn't bigger? Is that where we're going? Is this a defense for an increased military budget that's about to come from Andrew Coyne? In his speech to the conference, the minister ran through all of the usual hymns to the international rules-based order and boasted about all the good things his government has been doing to support it. But then, perhaps sensing the mood of the room, he added, "Let me say, and reassure you all, Canada knows it must do more. Not Canada will do more, just that we know we must. So when we don't, be assured, we will feel really guilty about it." Since that time, the minister has performed various inversions on this theme. After the release in April of the government's long-awaited defense policy update, which once again made no commitment to meeting NATO's 2% of GDP target for military spending, Mr. Blair was still at it, assuring a conference on NORAD modernization that while he had been unable to persuade cabinet to meet that spreadsheet target, Canada would nevertheless get there someday, thanks to spending plans that had not yet been costed. Dude, this is an argument for increased military spending. I'm not reading the whole fucking thing. The concluding paragraph. There is still time. Time for the government to revise its spending targets. Time for the parties to agree to take the politics out of defense. Time to reform our procurement process based on bang for the buck and not jobs for the boys. Otherwise, I fear we're headed for national humiliation, or worse. What's more humiliation than funding a genocide, Andrew? What's more humiliating than sending money so that we can either fund a genocide or fund some godless war in Ukraine for which there's no end, or even worse, funding a war in Taiwan that's going to be lost in a day? Like, this absolutely asinine, blistering, moronic idea that definitely what we should be doing is spending a whole bunch of money on NATO. Absolutely, NATO is the thing that we need to uphold as they destroy Libya. You want to talk about humiliation? You want to talk about humiliation on the world stage? You know what's going to be humiliating for NATO? You know what's going to be humiliating for the West? Being isolated on the world stage and being excluded from the emerging global market. That's going to be humiliating. Like, that's what real humiliation is going to look like, bud. The idea that, like, oh no, the British are going to think less of us. Oh goodness me, the fascists in Italy. They will look at us with scorn as we refuse to fund a genocide. We should leave NATO. Like, we should leave NATO. We should actually get the fuck out of NATO. And actually say out loud in front of all of these guys, you guys are genocidal maniacs. Like, you're actually destroying countries and peoples and funding genocides and destroying everything. We're not going to pay for that. We're not going to be part of it. So we're leaving. Bye. That's what we should do. We all know what's going to happen to Europe. Like, we all know where Europe is headed. Right? As Europe, when the isolation occurs, right, as Africa begins to decolonize, as they stop sending resources to Europe, right, Europe is going to get poorer. They're not going to have access to free resources for nothing anymore. They're not going to have the military ability or the military might to be able to uphold the colonial regimes anymore, right? They're not going to be able to just walk into a country and take it over and enslave its populations and throw them into mines and then then manufacture them cheap abroad and send all that manufacturing to Europe where they get it for free. All of that's coming to an end. And the people of France, the people of Italy, the people of Germany, the people of the United Kingdom, right? The people of Spain, they already feel it. It's already happening, right? France very recently collapsed into just internal revolt. Meanwhile, all of the money that they tax from the citizenry who are plunging further and further into poverty is going where? To this fucking war for no reason. This war of aggression that they fought, that they used to fund arms dealers across the world. Like, NATO's not going to survive. It can't survive under these conditions. And we all know what happens in Europe when there's a crisis. We all know what's going to happen in Europe, right? We're already watching Germany remilitarize itself. We're already watching Italy remilitarize itself. We already know how this is going to go. Just the question is, who's going to come out on top, right? And if history is any guide, it's going to be Germany, as always. Like, I shouldn't say Germany as always. They've lost every fight they've had recently. But they're the ones that are the aggressors. Germany is the one that's the most zealous in defending Gaza. Germany is the one that is most zealous when it comes to actually enacting these genocidal policies. So, Europe is likely going to collapse into an internal war like it always has. The question is just who's going to fight, who's going to do it, where's it going to start, right? But you listen to Macron. This guy wants to send troops to Ukraine. Like, he wants to send French people to Ukraine to fight. Like, he wants to escalate this conflict. Dumb. Super bad idea. Living here in Canada, seeing what the hell NATO is doing over in Europe, you know what I think we should do? I think we should get the fuck out of NATO. I think we should do it now, as fast as we possibly can. Cut our losses, get away from these guys. Straight up just be like, yeah, bro, like, you guys are heading down. Like, you're heading down real fast. And it is going to be fast. Yeah, Nilo writes, Iran is deciding to declare the Canadian military a terrorist organization, rightly so, based, yeah. I mean, like, Canada is a settler colonial regime, just like the United States, so it's nothing new. Oh, this was the policy. This was what I was looking for earlier. The international diplomatic war over Taiwan's status just escalated sharply. Beijing's new set of judicial guidelines targeting Taiwan independence advocates and dozens of Chinese planes entering Taiwan's real estate come after a visit to Taipei last week by 2 U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretaries of State. 2 news items over the past few days got only limited traction in the news media, either locally or internationally. But to long-time Taiwan observers, both were attention-grabbing. Connecting the dots, I came to the conclusion that though seemingly unrelated, the two very much are and signal a sharp escalation of a diplomatic war between China and a group of American-led nations over the status of Taiwan that has been building in intensity for some time now. Though there is a chance that the surfacing of a People's Liberation Army Type 094 Jin-class nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarine test last Tuesday in the Taiwan Strait is connected, that is only possible if Chinese intelligence had gotten wind of what was about to happen ahead of time, which is hard to prove. If they had, they could have meant it as a warning to the United States. The first public indication that something big was going on was on Friday, last week, when China's state-run Xinhua news agency very publicly and loudly proclaimed a set of judicial guidelines targeting diehard Taiwan independent separatists had been issued as a refinement and supplement to the country's anti-secessionist law from 2005. A second indication they were signaling something was to send 77 People Liberation Army Force planes into Taiwan's air defense identification zones in just 48 hours. The new judicial guidelines include the death penalty as the maximum sentence. This paper yesterday summarized the crimes prescribed in the amendments this way. What is considered crimes worthy of punishment, including promoting Taiwan's de jure independence, advocating the nation's entry into international organizations whose memberships are limited to sovereign states, engaging in official exchanges and military contacts abroad, and conspiring to create 2 Chinas, or 1 China, 1 Taiwan, in the international community. Based on a similar law targeting Hong Kong, it is truly terrifying in scale and scope, while simultaneously being vague enough to encompass even relatively benign comments, such as Taiwan was ruled by indigenous people for thousands of years, or even the Chinese Nationalist Party, the KMT, which there's a history between the KMT and the communists, insisting that Taiwan is in the Republic of China, which the Republic of China was the administrator that oversaw the 100 Years of Humiliation, right? Not a good time for China. The amendments do not distinguish by nationality or geography, meaning anyone from any country could be tried in absentia in China. If convicted, the targeted person could potentially be extradited to China, which they have done hundreds of times in the past. You can't extradite someone to your own country. Like, it's so wild listening to these Western sources and these pro-Taiwanese sources talk about this issue as if Taiwan is not part of China. Like, it's part of China. Like, I don't know why you're talking about it like it is its own independent country. It isn't. These nations include France, Spain, Italy, Brazil, South Africa, and most of Asian countries. In regards to China, has signed more than 59 bilateral extradition treaties, of which 45 have been ratified. They may target people on the previously released Chinese Communist Party's official Taiwan Independence diehard sanctions list that includes Vice President Hsao B-Kim, the head of the National Security Council Joseph Wu, and Defense Minister Wellington Koo, among others. Others that the CCP has made clear that they do not like include Western politicians and diplomats, such as former U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. Yeah, I don't think anybody should like Mike Pompeo. Mike Pompeo is just like the definition of why America needs to be isolated. The purported reasons for the new amendments are noted by Xinhua. By clarifying the criminal nature of Taiwan independence separatist acts, their criminal liabilities, and the procedure to impose penalties, it draws the bottom line and facilitates law enforcement. In the long run, it will undoubtedly play an effective role in advancing reunification across the Taiwan Strait. It goes on to add, this also acts as a warning and deterrent to external forces who would not keep their hands off affairs related to Taiwan. Those who are found to have colluded with any foreign or overseas institution, organization, or individual in conducting or inciting secession would be given a harsher punishment. They do not touch on the real reasons for these amendments. One is to look tough and nationalistic to their domestic audience. Again, you can't be nationalistic against your own country, right? Like, Taiwan is part of China, right? Like, if they were saying this of Australia or of the Philippines, then yeah, that's nationalistic. But Taiwan is China. China is Taiwan. They are the same country. How is it nationalistic? And oh no, the Chinese communists want to look strong. Oh no. Another is to inflict psychological fear on the Taiwanese and those who support Taiwan internationally, that the CCP could potentially be coming for us, not only in China, Hong Kong, and Macau, but in 45 other countries as well. So you see what the article has done. That, this isn't just about Taiwan. This is about China wants to take over the world. They're not saying this about Taiwan. They're saying this about the world, we say with no evidence whatsoever. Like, you see how fraudulent these people are? And how they just throw out accusations without any evidence whatsoever? Longer term, they are also probably looking towards a day when they take over Taiwan. I was asked once by some students from Hong Kong if I thought what happened to their city would be the model for the CCP if they took Taiwan. I said no, the model would be East Turkestan, what the Chinese have taken to calling Xinjiang, because Taiwan is not a compact, easily controlled space, and Taiwanese historically have been rebellious. I mean, yeah, you guys were the previous ruling class of China that was enacting the 100 Years of Humiliation against the Chinese fled to Taiwan. Like, yeah, of course you're quote-unquote rebellious. You've shown over and over and over again your willingness to work with imperialist powers to destroy the Chinese people. Like, very clearly, in a very clean way, you've shown that to be the case. Like, the best way out of this situation for the Taiwanese is to just go along with the two systems, one China policy, or the one China, two systems policy. Like, that's the best way out for the Taiwanese. Just let time pass. Just let the generations pass. When the Americans show up at your door, just be like, no thank you. No thank you. Right? That's the best idea for the Taiwanese. This idea that they're following now has got to be the dumbest shit I've ever seen. Like, history is going to look back on the Taiwanese and be like, oh, I guess they were just stupid. Because you look stupid. Desperately, desperately stupid. Longer term, they are also probably looking towards a day when they take over Taiwan. I was asked once by some students from Hong Kong, I already read all that, the amendments are cosmetic compared to the cover over future crimes against humanity or genocide to make it appear legal. So they're pre-accusing genocide. They're not even like accusing genocide. They're pre-accusing, right? That oh yeah, the Chinese are going to do a genocide for sure. Yep, we don't know when or where, but they're going to do it. Like, credible, very credible. Makes me absolutely want to believe you. That the CCP put forward these amendments is no surprise, but that they picked last Friday to announce them was, as well as following up with 48 hours of heightened incursions into the ADIZ. When the CCP is planning another dramatic change of the status quo, they go out of their way to also pick a date when it will send a message. Yeah, because they're competent, right? They know what they're doing. For example, often when countries switch diplomatic recognition from Taiwan to China, the announcement will be timed to pack a punch, such as Nauru making their announcement right after William Lai won the election. Similarly, there was no way the enormously complex live-fire training exercise China launched to upend the status quo would have been planned in the tiny window of time from the then U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi's announcement when she was to visit Taiwan and her arrival. They had planned it long in advance. Her trip was merely an excuse. To this day, it is common to see the Chinese military gray zone menacing behavior that continues being traced to Pelosi's visit, almost as if she were somehow to blame. Yeah, like, I can't imagine why China would hate Taiwan hosting Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi. Can't imagine. It's almost like there's a big, long-standing history between Taiwan and China. Oh, I love it. David, come on, David. They are not being nice to the Uyghurs. Yeah, we all saw the CIA propaganda, man. Like, it's weird how like 8 million people can be rounded up and killed, and there's just like no evidence of it, eh? So strange. Lots of spooky building tops, though. Lots of scary, spooky building tops. Spooky building tops. Ranger Doomer, good to see you. I was just arguing to a NAFO idiot who tried to tell me that the missile who killed those children in Crimea was deliberately shot down by Russia in that position so it fell on top of the beachgoers. The same people who say Russian equipment is shit, they overestimate in a cartoonish way, try to convince people when it suits them. Yeah, fascism, the enemy is both weak and powerful, right? That's classic fascism. Right? It's just a classic fascist mindset. Just whenever you need the enemy to be extraordinarily powerful, they are. And whenever you need them to be weak, they are. Right? That's all. This article is like painful to read. Because it is like watching a group of people, a province of China, essentially dig its own grave. Right? Like, let me be real clear. Like, in theory, in the beautiful vacuum of philosophical space and philosophy space and theory space, yeah, sure, Taiwan should have an independence movement. I'm theoretically in support of that, right? That if this was the entire world, if the entire world was just China and Taiwan, like mainland China and Taiwan, right, the island of Taiwan, which is part of China, if that was the entirety of all existence, of the whole planet, sure. Taiwan should be independent, sure. And that should be fine. And everybody should go along with that, right? What threat would Taiwan be to China if it was independent, right? Like, it wants to make its own decisions. It wants to determine its own fate. China doesn't have the right to go into Taiwan and tell it what it can and cannot do. Unfortunately, we live in reality. Right? We don't live in a fantasy land where dreams and fairy farts are real. We live in a place where there is a terrifying Nazi-level threat that has shown over and over and over again its willingness and desire to destroy countries across the globe. Right? That would be the United States and NATO. We've seen that over and over and over and over and over and over again, as recently as literally last year when they did a genocide against Gaza. Right? And you don't need to go back very far. See the Iraq War, the destruction of Libya, right? You don't need to see very far. The Ukrainian War. You don't need to go back too far to see this stuff. The idea that Taiwan is going to be an independent nation on the nation stage is maybe the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. I just cannot imagine a stupider position to hold in your brain than, yeah, Taiwan will declare its independence and then it will be independent and everything will be totally fine and normal and cool, and that is fine. Sorry. Welcome to reality, baby. The American empire is a devastating force that will use every opportunity it possibly can to destroy countries. And they absolutely would love to destroy China. So, no, the Chinese are not going to give the Americans, who are obviously the threat, They are not going to give the Americans an unsinkable aircraft carrier off the coast of China to create a military occupation and harass China from Taiwan. And if you think that they should allow that to happen, I just think you're a Nazi. Either stupid, sure, but you could be a stupid Nazi. China should absolutely maintain control of Taiwan. And if the political apparatus within Taiwan attempts to loosen itself from China, China should invade it. It should absolutely 100%. Completely, totally, no moral consideration even at all. They are in the moral right to do it. For sure, 100%. If there has ever been a justification for a war, that's a justification for a war. The United States is a massive, enormous, looming threat to China that absolutely would love to go to war with China. 100%, absolutely. They've written documents about it. Marcus writes, why not let the Taiwanese decide if they want to be an independent nation? So, I just kind of went through it, Marcus, but I'll go through it again. Theoretically, in the beautiful land of fairies and dreams where Jesus Christ is coming back at any moment and the unicorns prance across the land, right? And we live in a fantasy world of philosophy in a vacuum space of abstract thought where we're all light creatures and we don't need food or energy and everything's fine and resources are infinite. Where China and Taiwan are the only forces that exist in all of existence. Sure. Right? Taiwan should be able to declare its independence. Right? In a land of philosophy that is an abstraction from reality. Sure. And China should absolutely say to Taiwan, you want to be independent? Well, that's unfortunate. We're sad to see you go. But you want to determine your own fate, so off you go. Right? You are a small, tiny little island off of our coast. We're not going to consider you a military threat. Right? What's the problem? Right? Well, too bad. We live in reality. Right? We do material analysis here at the Canadian Commie. We like historical and material analysis. We base our decisions based on evidence, and we have seen lots of evidence. Overwhelming evidence, catastrophically, totally in your face 100% of the time evidence that the United States is a Nazi-level threat that enacts wars of aggression against other nations for political aims. We've seen that all throughout Latin America, all throughout Africa, all throughout the Middle East, all throughout India, Russia. We've seen it in China. We've seen it in the Southeast Asian Sea. We've seen it as recently as last year in the Gaza Strip. We've seen it everywhere in the world 100% of the time. There is no argument to be made that Taiwan will be an independent state. What it will absolutely be is a vassal to the United States empire. There is no such thing as independence in this world that we live in today. Tough. Too bad. The Chinese will simply not allow an unsinkable aircraft carrier to exist off of its coast so that the Americans can put a military base on it. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances. So again, to loop it back around, if you live in a land of abstraction, if you live in a land of imagination, and like fairy farts, where reality doesn't actually exist, and all you have is theoretical discussion, sure. But that's not the world that we live in. Well, and Marcus, I mean, if California and Texas, so Marcus continues, maybe I'm just uneducated on the topic, but California, Texas, etc. should be able to declare independence as well. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be wars over that, right? If Texas decides to secede, they'll fight a war. That's just how that's going to go. and it's going to be a conflict. Like it's not. And again, like it is in the interests of the federal government and the federal institutions to prevent that from occurring. Right? I am more or less of the opinion that this is actually going to happen eventually. I don't think that the federal government has any credibility left. I think the inherent contradictions of the American system have finally risen to the fore and are revealing themselves so strongly that the nation is not going to be able to stay together. If I wanted to be predictive, I think that it's going to break along lines of Texas is going to be its own independent thing. California will likely be its own independent thing. Then you'll have a block right here in the desert, basically. You'll have like the desert people. The South will rise again. You'll have this section and then the original 13 colonies. Like, that to me seems to be like, and who knows, like, will Missouri go this way or that way, right? Like all that kind of stuff. Like you can't call that. But like the idea that the United States is going to stay in this configuration and that's the way it's going to be forever and eternally, it's you have to buy into some high level propaganda to believe that. You got to be really in a very deep religious state to buy into that. Max writes, USSR is the most bad country in the world. Good start, dude. Good start. Say this how people from Ukraine. So, Max, what do you want to discuss in that? What do you want to talk about in that? Do you want to talk about the Ukrainian war? Do you want to talk about the history of the Soviet Union? Where's your interest? Where's your interest in that? Ranger Doomer, don't worry about that. I bet you anything, Max, English isn't your first language, right? I think that's probably fair to say, Max. So let's not hold that against Max. We're all in the place that we're in, so let's be a bit forgiving of grammatical errors and that sort of thing. Why the USSR flag on my wall? Because I support communist projects. And I support I supported the overthrow of the SARS. I support the overthrow. I shouldn't say I supported. I wasn't there. I wish I was there. I support the overthrow of systems of capital. I support the overthrow of the SARS. I support the empowering of the proletariat. I consider myself a scientific socialist, a Marxist. I like Marx. I like Lenin. I like Trotsky. I like Stalin. Right? I know. What a troubling person I must be. Oh, please, guys, don't start typing in a different language. I'd like to follow along. Max and Ranger Doomer immediately look at one another and say, "Hey, wait a minute, maybe we know each other's language." Look, this is something I've actually been thinking a lot about recently, and I've been not unwilling. Unwilling is not the right word, but like I'm a bit hesitant to discuss it. I've been organizing with Trotskyists recently, and I've been reading more about Trotsky because of it. And the more I learn about Trotsky and the more I learn about Stalin, the more I see their relationship as tragic. That the relationship between Trotsky and Stalin is a great tragedy. And to me, I feel like the lessons that we're taking away from that are the wrong lessons. That it's not about choosing a side. It's about trying to figure out how to avoid that tragedy. And the tragedy of the obvious split that happens in organizations, and how to avoid these splits and how to overcome these splits. One of the things that I think is often not discussed or understood very well is that the Soviet Union was literally the first try, right? Like, the Soviet Union was the first kick at the can. They didn't have history to learn from. They didn't have history to learn from. They were learning as they went along, and they were encountering conflicts where they didn't expect to find conflicts. I think that's a big thing to understand. Like, a big one, like, so Lenin, they have the second Congress of the party, right? This is well before the revolution. Like, this is like 1902 or something. The revolution happens, the first revolution happens in 1905, the second happens in 1917. So they have the second Congress, and everybody thinks that everybody's just going to get together, and we're all just going to we're going to come to some agreements, we're going to have some discussion, and we're going to come to terms with what it is we're doing here, and that'll be great. Like, maybe there'll be some disagreements, and maybe there'll be this kind of thing, but we're here to smooth those out and move forward as a unified group. Well, they ran into an issue that completely blindsided them and split the party into what they call the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks. And the split happened because the Mensheviks wanted... It happened for the funniest reason. They were trying to define who is or is not a party member. What makes someone a party member? Well, Lenin and the Bolsheviks held that no, active workers, active participants, people who are actively involved in the goings-on of the party. That's what makes a party member, and that's what a party member should be. You have to be active in the party. You have to be working in the party. And the Mensheviks held, Martov was his name, they held that, no, you can be a donator. You can be a donator to the party and not be that active in party life and still be considered a party member. And that extended out to what Lenin came to see as liberal bourgeois intellectuals, university professors, that sort of thing. And Lenin's contention is these guys aren't really participating. They're not writing articles. They're not doing the work. They're not joining in. They're not really lightening the load, which Martov countered. They are lightening the load with donation. They're donating their money to us, and that allows us to do the work. And then finally Lenin says, so we're beholden to them then as a bourgeois class. That even though they don't do the work, and even though they're not involved in the politics of the day, and even though they're not actually talking to the workers or going out and doing anything, if they show up and say, this is what we should do, then we have to do it? Is that what we're saying? And so this divided the party. And that divide became official, an actual real divide, not based on this disagreement. Oh, well, thank you, Marcus. I appreciate that. A $20 donation from Marcus. Thank you, Marcus. I really appreciate that, mate. Honestly, dude, I am going to take that $20 and I am just going to give it to the party. Absolutely. That's absolutely what's going to happen. So that's actually something that I've been thinking about more and more, is that I've been thinking about how to merge what I do here with what I do in terms of the party. And one of the things that I definitely can do is I can take any money I make from this and just put it towards the revolutionary struggle. And that's sort of what I've been doing recently, and that's been my dedication to it. To stop thinking about this, that's fine, just me. That's fine. We got to do what we got to do. That I've got myself in a position where my bills are taken care of, and I feel like I'm actually quite blessed by that. Lots of people are living paycheck to paycheck, and I am not. And so that puts me in a financial position where I think I can take the money that I make from doing this and funnel it directly into the revolutionary struggle. So the more you guys donate to me, the more it goes directly into the revolutionary cause. Because that's my pledge, and that's what I'm going to be doing. So thank you once again, Marcus, for that donation. I really appreciate it. To continue my story, right? About that, and that wedge becomes official when Lenin and Martov get voted into being the editorial board of the Iskra, the paper that they're writing, and Martov declines and steps down and resigns, and this blew everybody away. Everybody was shocked by this. And I think that they were shocked by it, and I think that they were all taken aback by it because they'd never done this before. There was no historical precedent for them. And the reason why I'm telling you this story is to say that we have the benefit of history. We have the benefit of being able to look back in history, and we have the benefit of being able to say, okay, this is what these guys did, and these are the mistakes that they made. These are the difficulties that they confronted. Here are the things that they did that were correct. Here are the things that they did were wrong. We have that benefit. They did not. And so I think that we should be very forgiving. And I think that we should look at these men. I think that we should look at Lenin and Trotsky and Stalin and the rest and say of them, they were moving forward with Marxist theory and trying to apply Marxist theory to reality. And they were the first group of people to really try to do that, to make that effort. And I think that we should be grateful of their efforts, and we should be grateful of their contributions, and we should be grateful for what they did. And what did they successfully usher in a communist utopia, right? Of course not. It was the first attempt. But the trajectory of the Soviet Union ties directly in to modern day China. That Joseph Stalin was one of Mao Zedong's primary patrons. That that resources were sent to Mao Zedong's revolution from Joseph Stalin in the USSR. And without that aid, it's very likely that Mao Zedong would not have been successful. So when I view communism and the trajectory of communism, I don't look at it from the perspective of it started in Russia and then it ended in Russia and that's it. I see it very much as it started in Russia and it is still ongoing, and it has spread through the world, and it has spread into different places and different locations, and is having remarkable success. And as it always has remarkable success. And its main deterrent, the main thing that it is confronting, is the resistance from the system of capital. That it is an ongoing class war. That is what we're talking about here. It is an ongoing class war. And there's going to be victories and there's going to be defeats. And I always make the argument that the Soviet Union defeated the Nazis, but fascism defeated communism in the Soviet Union. That by the time Joseph Stalin dies, the spirit of communism has depleted, and the desire amongst the ruling class and huge sections of the populace to continue forward along this line has been defeated. That they don't want, they just don't want to fight anymore. That the capitalists showed everybody what they were willing to do to protect the system of capital, and it was exhausting, and it was depleting, and it was difficult, and it was hard. 20 million Russians died for it, and I don't think we should be so flippant and dismissive of that sacrifice, because they died trying to free themselves. They overthrew SARS. The SARS are gone. They were successful. They went through land reform. They went through modernization, industrialization. They were the first people into space. That modern day Russia owes a lot to Lenin, Trotsky, and Stalin. They owe a lot, and in order for us as communists to honor those people and their work, the best thing for us to do is to read their work, learn from it, and honor their sacrifice and honor their work as we move forward. I think the overall mistake they made was to try and build communism while Jason Voorhees is still around. I mean, I think it's impossible to predict the rise of industrial warfare. I really think that's what it really comes down to. That you really think about the rise of industrialized warfare, and you really think about what that looked like, and you really think about what they were doing there. Like, that's absolutely brutal. Max writes, in the USSR, if you had also hung a US flag on the wall, then in an hour you would have gone to Siberia to mine ore. So you can thank the gentleman that you don't know what actually happened there. Sort of a silly comment, dude. Sven writes, hello. Like, I literally just read an article about how the police here in Canada are kicking in Palestinian protesters' doors and arresting Palestinian protesters. Like, I just think that, like, there's a lot of pretending that goes on in the conversation. We here at the Canadian Commie base our decisions and base what we say on evidence. That's how we make our decision making. We try to distill out as much propaganda as we can. We try to get rid of as much propaganda as we can. I don't take very seriously what Westerners have to say about what happened in the Soviet Union. I don't take very seriously what enemies tend to say. Like, I'll listen to what enemies have to say, but that's not how I'm basing my opinion. Like, if I was trying to get to know somebody and I only talked to one guy that really hated that guy, I don't think I would have a very good perspective of that person. Ranger writes, if the Canadian police saw that Palestinian flag behind you, you'd probably be in trouble, actually. Yeah. I mean, I've always assumed that this channel will get banned at some point. So that's a good reason to donate, right? To get to even $1 gets you into the Discord. Sorry, I keep saying even $1. It's a $2 donation minimum. It gets you into the Discord, and my position has always been that when this channel gets banned, as I expect it will get banned, that you'll still be able to find me through the Discord and through and find out how I'm continuing to organize and how I'm continuing this revolutionary action. Like, the decline of the system of capital is going to continue. It's going to continue. Like, they're not going to let up. The system of capital is not going to have a come to Jesus moment. They're not suddenly going to lower the rent. They're not suddenly going to make food prices go down seriously, right? They're not suddenly going to have a big, like, oh, maybe we should try to make this place nice and livable for everybody. Maybe we should be, public services actually are a good idea. Maybe we should actually allow everybody to have access to health care, right? None of that is happening. And in fact, it's all going to get a lot worse, significantly worse. And as it gets worse, the system of capital is going to continuously spread a fog into the populace. Propaganda, a fog of misinformation, a fog of lies, a fog of bullshit. And more, as we go along, people are going to begin to understand that they are in a fog, that they are in an intentional obfuscating fog? Well, people like me and the organizations that I'm a part of, we exist to be lighthouses in the fog so that people can find us and join in the struggle of finding more and more people in the fog until eventually the mass of the people will be so strong, so well educated, and so informed, and so well equipped with light themselves that it will be as though there is no fog. And we will act in the accordance to that principle. We will chase the fog away. We will find the people who are generating that fog, and we will stop them. Marcus writes, is it possible if the U.S. balkanizes and loses influence that China gains enough international capital to become fascist in the vacuum the U.S. leaves behind? It is possible. Like, I'm not going to ever sit here and say that China is pristine, perfect place, that it definitely exists in the sunshiny realm of, all of that kind of stuff. We here at the Canadian Commie use evidence in our decision making. However, I will say this. If your claim is that China begins to become fascist, you need to provide evidence for that claim. In what way is China become fascist? How is it becoming fascist? What is it doing? What has it done? So, one of the I'll replace the word fascist with imperialist because there's a clearer line there, and I can make a clearer argument while still addressing your basic concern. I think that because fascism is even more advanced. Lenin defined imperialism as an oligopoly of the financial sector that uses its financial strength in order to begin military expansionism abroad. Right? That's what imperialism is. Well, China's banks are state-owned. That while it has been put in the position where it has to accept a certain amount of capital in its borders, although that is beginning to, the conditions that created that necessity are beginning to wane, and I suspect that after a war, those conditions will wane even further, unless they lose, which is completely possible, but I don't think they will. As long as the banks remain owned by the National People's Congress, is state-owned, and as long as the National People's Congress remains an elected body that is rooted in the proletariat, I don't think it's possible for China to become imperialist. Anything is possible, right? It's possible that Lenin's theory of imperialism isn't exact or precise enough. That's possible. But from what we know and from what we've studied and from how we think about these things, the evidence that I would need to see to really convince me that China is going to become imperialist would be an erosion of the National People's Congress, which I don't think is happening. In fact, they have run anti-corruption campaigns within the National People's Congress very recently. As well as the privatization of the banks. I think that if China privatized its banks, I would turn on a dime against it, and I would become its loudest and heaviest critic. And the why is it that people like Max here all have a checklist of beliefs they share across social beliefs they share across social problems? Because they're talking points. That's why. That they're essentially espousing talking points that if you trace those talking points back to their source, they either come from Nazis or CIA propagandists. That's the reason why they all sound the same and they ask all the same questions. because they don't actually have, they haven't actually done their own investigation. They haven't actually read criticisms. They haven't actually looked at the history. They don't actually know anything about it. So all they really have is is what they hear from the media system. And what the media system is producing is CIA propaganda or Nazi propaganda. That's what it's doing. Have a good night, Just Me. Yeah, we're getting to be later. I love you too. Thanks for being here, Just Me. My concern is a superpower with no rival has become fascist in every situation in the past. Yeah, don't get me wrong, Marcus. I think it's concerning. It should be of concern. Like, when China, like, really think about this, okay? China does not actually begin the process of developing itself peacefully in the modern era until 1976. That up until 1976, it was fighting revolutionary wars during 100 years of humiliation against imperialist powers, and then it was fighting the Vietnam War, Laos, Cambodia, Korea, under Mao, right? That they weren't really in a position to be able to develop, and they were doing policies like the Great Leap Forward, like very difficult taxing policies during very difficult taxing times, and it isn't until 1976, right? So China has only been peacefully developing itself for 50 years. Not even one human lifetime. That's an incredibly short period of time. And in that period of time, they have grown incredibly fast. They have grown so fast that everybody around them is actually terrified. Right? For exactly the reason that you state. That China grew so swiftly and so quickly, and its material conditions changed so fast that everybody said, what happens if they just start bombing us? What happens if they just start tromping all over us? Like, if China decided to take over Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, Burma, who's stopping them? Really? America? India is growing faster now than China? I haven't seen anything that shows that's the case. India's trouble is its political system. Modi, people accuse Modi of being a fascist, but I don't think Modi has principles. Like, I think that Modi is basically just an opportunist, mainly. I think he's wise enough to understand that he should hand money out to people, but he doesn't really have a systemic analysis. And that, to me, is what is making China so strong. Is that China has an institution, the National People's Congress, that was put in place right at the beginning, 1949. 1946 is the end of World War II. 1949, that was put in place, that has maintained itself. That the structure of the National People's Congress and the structure of that ruling system is designed to educate, inform, and train future governors of China. When you take a look at Xi Jinping, for example, you know what? This is a great thing. We're getting into kind of the waning hours here, so I'm going to take a little bit. We're over time, so I'm going to take a little bit of time. This is the Discord, by the way, for anybody who's interested. Yeah, this one here. I love this. This is very illustrative, right? So, the National People's Congress is an electoral body, the largest electoral body in the world, has like almost 3,000 members. Xi Jinping joins the Chinese Communist Party in 1974, right? He was declined 5 times before finally being accepted. And he was declined because his family was, before the Cultural Revolution, was a bourgeois family. Xi Jinping would have been considered a red prince, is what they would have called him. Xi Jinping's sister died in the Cultural Revolution because of the persecution that his family experienced during the Cultural Revolution. So they didn't necessarily want him in the Communist Party. They didn't trust him because of his bourgeois background. But in 1974, finally, he proves to them and shows them through his dedication that they should allow him in. Right? Now take a look at the process of what he had to go through to become the leader of China. Compare this journey to somebody like, let's say, Donald Trump. 1974, he's accepted. So for 5 years, he's just a member of the Communist Party. Right? For 5 years, all he is just hanging out with the communists, learning from the communists. That's all he's doing, attending meetings. 1979, they say, you know what? You can be the vice premier of the Central Military Command. 1979 to 1982, that's for 3 years. Right? So he's learning in the heart of the Communist Party as a vice premier of the Central Military Command. 1982, he becomes the deputy party secretary in Zhengding County. So they've sent him to a county. He's just in a little rinky-dinky county for 1 year. 1983 to 1985, 2 years, he becomes the secretary. So he goes from a deputy to actually being the secretary in this county. So he's there for a total of 3 years. 1985 to 1988, he becomes the deputy mayor of Xiamen. So they've made him the mayor of a town, a city. Then in 1988 to 1990, for 2 years, he's the party secretary in Ningde. And then they move him to Fuzhou. For 6 years, he's in Fuzhou. And then for 7 years, he's the deputy party secretary in Fujian province. So now he's the deputy of an entire province, right? So he's gone from county to city to another city to now a province. You see how they're leveling him up? You see how they're training him? You see how they're expecting him to take on larger and larger responsibility? You see how they're analyzing him? And this entire time they're talking to him, they're asking him questions. And if you go read about Xi Jinping, you find out that the entire time, one of the things that the party really loves about him is that he upholds what they call party discipline. He toes the party line. He upholds party discipline. That what the party says, that's what he follows through with. In 1999 to 2002, he's the governor of Fujian. So now, finally, he's been in the Communist Party for 26 years. 25 years. 25 years he's been in the Communist Party, and now finally he's the governor of a province. He's the governor of Fujian. Took him 25 years to get there. 2002 to 2007, for 5 years, he becomes the party secretary of another province. 2007, he's the party secretary of Shanghai. Now we're getting closer to the heart, right? Shanghai, Beijing. 2008 to 2013, he's the vice president of the People's Republic of China. And then 2013, he is the president of the People's Republic of China. What an incredible journey. What an incredible journey that Xi Jinping goes on. He has spent his entire life in the National People's Congress working for the Communist Party of China. And the entire time, they're training him, they're educating him, that he is learning, he is growing, until finally he gains trust enough to become the president of the People's Republic of China. And because he was initially the vice president, that means that he was the vice president under Hu Mintao. I'm probably mispronouncing that. So the previous president. So you see how there's a continuation, a continuity of thought. Right? A continuity of thought. And that's something that's not necessarily understood about China in the West, is that there's a continuity of thought, right? That here in the West, we're essentially just cowboyism the whole time. It's just yeehaw, whatever makes the most money. Whatever makes the most money, make the most money. Money, 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 money. It's the economy, stupid. Money, 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 money. Whoever can run a beauty pageant the best becomes the president, right? Money, 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 money. And that's it. That's the only thought in America. Clunker John, good to see you. Clunker John's like, end of stream China glazing is my favorite. Yeah, shut up, Clunker John. How dare you? How dare you? I know, I love China, dude. I do. I love China. The more I learn about it, the more impressed I am. And the thing that I'm really loving right now, and the thing that I'm going really hard on right now, is how obvious it is that China and the Chinese leadership really values continuity of thought. Not consistency, not like everything must always be this way, but a continuity of thought. That what the previous leaders were doing is built upon. That we're going to start here and then we're going to build upon what the next leadership did. We're not going to tear it down, destroy it, rip it apart. And very rarely do they even criticize, really. I think the heaviest criticism that exists in China of previous leadership is the Cultural Revolution, right? And I mean, the Cultural Revolution, the more you research it, the more you're like, oh shit, yeah, like they call that the 10 years of havoc, the 10 years of chaos. It's very obvious that Mao Zedong did not want to capitulate to American capital and so supported rebellions in the country. Like I think there's all of that. But even when they criticize the Great Leap Forward, they never criticize Mao when they do that, because I think there's this understanding that they want to have a continuity of thought, right? So Mao Zedong thought flows in to Deng Xiaoping thought, and Deng Xiaoping says we have to uphold Mao Zedong thought, and Deng Xiaoping thought flows into Zeman's reign and then Hu's reign, and it isn't until we get to Xi Jinping that now we have Xi Jinping thought, and that Xi Jinping is now the next iteration and the next leader, and Xi Jinping thought is a continuation of Deng Xiaoping thought. That the continuation between Mao Zedong thought and Deng Xiaoping thought is how to square the circle of being a revolutionary communist party, and that's Mao Zedong thought, being a revolutionary communist party. How do you be a revolutionary communist party while also having to capitulate and pay fealty to capital? And that's Deng Xiaoping thought. And then Deng Xiaoping thought flows directly into Xi Jinping thought, which takes Deng Xiaoping's predictions and concerns for the future and addresses them and rectifies them within the party and within the apparatus, while simultaneously moving China forward. And then building upon and creating a new thought. And the new thought that Xi Jinping is moving forward with, the biggest, and it's not a contradiction, but the biggest difference, the biggest change, I think, that has happened between Xi Jinping and Deng Xiaoping is Deng Xiaoping was very much like, do not stand up and take leadership in international politics. Remain silent and observant. Just pay attention to what's going on, right? Like be polite and carry a big stick kind of thinking, right? Just like don't cause any ripples, don't cause any waves, right? And Xi Jinping has now inverted that. That the argument is that now that the material conditions have changed within China, we can take our position in the world, and we can be leaders, and we can project our power into the world. This is what the West calls wolf warrior diplomacy, but what Xi Jinping and what the Communist Party of China calls Xi Jinping thought. And that's a big change from his predecessors, from Hu and from Zeman and from Deng. But it builds upon what the previous people have done. And that to me is just like, it's so wonderful to watch that continuity and to see that continuity. My lament is that I am born in an era where it's really just beginning. That future generations, I'm so envious of future generations who get to sit down and begin at Mao and see the continuity of thought and how that continuity of thought is going to continue through the growth of China. Like, if China can overcome this military hurdle against the United States that's coming for them, if they can overcome that, and I think they can, if they can overcome that, there is absolutely no reason why the Communist Party of China should not become a 1,000-year dynasty. And I think that they're beginning to think that way about it. I think that they're no longer viewing themselves as upstart rebels. They're no longer viewing themselves as a humiliated people coming out of the shadows or coming out of the dark. They're no longer viewing themselves as a backward people in need of reform and change. That now they're seeing themselves as being a strong country with a strong foundation and a strong backbone, and standing up in the world and rising up in the world. And they're beginning to see and perceive themselves in that way. And as they move forward, I suspect that China is going to grab hold of its dynastic histories, and it's going to grab hold of this idea of its dynasties and its previous histories, and it's going to believe of itself, as it has done in the past, that it will have another dynasty and that this is the beginning of a dynasty. I think that's incredible. I think that's absolutely incredible. That here in the West we have empires that rise and fall in like 250-year cycles. In China, they have dynasties that rise and fall in 1,000-year cycles. It's just absolutely incredible. Clunker John writes, curious if you've read up on Xi Jinping's dad and his tumultuous political career in the CCP. I just ordered a book about Xi Jinping from that's going to have that information. So yes, I will read up on that. I only kind of know about it. Like, it's one of those things where I've like kind of heard about it. I haven't actually gotten into the specifics of it. Like, I understand that Xi Jinping's dad got into trouble with the CPC and that they punished him. But that's I couldn't give you any further information. Never forget, brother. Good to see you, bud. Well, and one of the things I think that's important to remember, right, is that when we get to criticizing China, the people of China hold those criticisms as well. One of the things that I think is really funny about what seems to happen in China or in the West is that we will criticize China as if China doesn't know, as if we're revealing something, right? As if it's like, don't they know there's this? And then you go to like Chinese social media and literally the top post is like exactly that. Like, the people of China know, they're aware of what's going on in their own country, and they hold those concerns as well. The difference is that the apparatus, the National People's Congress, the political system of China actually responds to those concerns, as opposed to our country that doesn't respond to anything we do, doesn't give a shit about us at all. Right? As long as we go to work and pay taxes, they don't give a fuck. Yeah, imagine the expectation for any organization to make the best decision in hindsight every time throughout a century. Yeah. Like, it's just not likely to be the case. And one of the things that I see, this is what I really wanted to talk about. One of the things that I see happening in China, and they're going to give it a cool Chinese name in the future. After the war with America happens, China is going to start being much more serious about the way it talks about its its power in the world. And one of the things it's going to talk about is its process of moving away from the systems of capital that exist within it. And I think their policy that they're following, because what Western Marxists want, they'll tell you. They'll say that the proletariat should uprise against the bourgeoisie within China and overthrow yabba yabba yabba, as if they didn't already do that, right? And oftentimes these Western Marxists are basically just historically illiterate. They don't actually know anything about China, and so all they do is they compare China to this theory book that they read, and they successfully say China has capitalism in it. Yeah, we know, dude. Like, we know. There's a whole history going on here. So the Chinese Communist Party is moving forward with an idea that I call pruning the garden. That's what I call it. Or like pruning the orchard is another way of putting it. And I bet you anything China is going to use something like that, right? They're not going to look at me and say, this guy said that, what a great idea. Like, that's not how that's going to go. But, like, it's exactly the type of shit that they're going to say. Where China is the garden, and that as branches, or China is the orchard, China is the tree, and as branches begin to grow and die on the tree, they will need to break those branches off for the benefit of the tree. That the Chinese know that capitalist systems are prone to crisis and collapse. They know that that's the case. They're experiencing that right now. And they're making it very, very clear. They're making it very clear that they aren't going to bail out capitalists. They're going to bail out their citizens. They're going to bail out their workers. They're going to expropriate resources. They're going to expropriate assets. And they're going to make the capitalists pay for the crisis. They're making that very clear. There was an ambassador to China very recently who was speaking to American ambassadors, and that was exactly what they said they were going to do in regards to the housing crisis. And so the plan for China is to simply allow the systems of capital to fall into crisis, and then snap them off and discard them. So they do not feel as though they have to actively chase after capitalist systems and actively chase them out of their country. They will that the systems of capital will destroy themselves, and that China will simply advance forward and grow. Oh, Marcus asks, we rocking a new mic, or am I crazy? What's happening, Marcus? What are you hearing? I hope it's good. It could possibly be that, like, I've just got fans running. I hope it's not distracting or disturbing you. Yeah, in China, capitalism is subordinated to the government, not the other way around, like in the West. Well, and let me be really clear about one thing, though, from my analysis. I think that's true. It could change. It could change. And that's something that... oh, thank you, Marcus. That's something that the Chinese themselves are going to have to be very, very careful with. Because it is absolutely the case that capitalist systems want to infect political systems. It is absolutely the case. But given the nature of the National People's Congress, given the way it is configured and given the way that it operates, I think it will be very difficult. It will be very difficult for capitalists to take over, because, really think about what they would have to achieve. Right? Really think about what the West would have to achieve to take over the National People's Congress in a way that is serious, in a way that actually is like, now we have control and we're influencing policy. Like, the National People's Congress it is an organization of 3,000 members. So they have to take over politically most of China. They have to have people raise through the ranks of the National People's Congress. They have to get people to the upper echelons of the National People's Congress through this journey that's on the screen right in front of you. Xi Jinping, before he became the president of China, he had to go through this rigorous training process, being deputies and then rulers in counties and then towns and then cities and then provinces, until finally he was allowed, until finally he ascended the ranks and became the president. He was in the party for 40 years before he became the president. He was working with those people for 40 years. I just don't think that capitalists can achieve it. I don't think they have the long-term planning capability to achieve it. Yeah, I really don't think China will be so easily penetrated, yeah. Is it even wise to fight the U.S. military before the balkanization? Shouldn't China back down and wait for them out like they did the USSR? That's what China wants. But China will definitely go to war over Taiwan. That's 100% sure. Not only is Taiwan an important military asset, there is a ton of cultural and historical significance to Taiwan. Mao, during the revolution, Mao was never able to take Taiwan. He wanted to take Taiwan. It's where the ruling class, the Republic of China, the rulers of China who ruled over the 100 years of humiliation, who aided the imperialists, who helped the imperialists dominate China, it's where they retreated. That Taiwan is actually historically where the people who dominated China and enslaved them are. And China has never taken Taiwan militarily. The agreement and it wasn't until Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger that it was agreed upon that Taiwan is actually part of China. When they enacted the two systems, one country policy, acknowledging that they didn't want to fight a war in Taiwan. They didn't want to go in Taiwan, right? China doesn't want to fight a war in Taiwan. What China wants, and what the leadership of China wants, what the communists want, is one day they want to send a boat over to Taipei, and they just want to have a political meeting, and they just want to say, hey, let's sign some papers. Here we are in the glorious country of China. Like that's really what they want. The leadership wants to go over to Taipei, right? This is what they want. They want to send a delegation, and they'll go to some place like the National Palace Museum, right? And they'll all go to the National Palace Museum, the leadership of Taiwan and the leadership of China, and they'll stand there and pictures will be taken and there'll be articles written about it, and the leadership of China will say, here we are in the beautiful province of Taiwan, in the glorious country of China. And the leadership of Taiwan will say, yes, welcome to the glorious province of Taiwan in the wonderful country of China. And they'll sign some papers, and there'll be some tea, and they'll have a conversation, and then the communists will go back to Beijing. That's what they want, right? And if China and Taiwan were left alone, that is the trajectory for them. Yeah, tea is a must. Absolutely. But the United States is pushing the issue, right? So what the United States is doing is they are funding independence movements in Taiwan. as they do, right? That's classic imperialist Western behavior. They're funding independence movements in Taiwan. They're sending weapons to Taiwan. They're sending political support to Taiwan to prepare for a declaration of independence, with promises to the leadership of Taiwan that the United States will back them in the ensuing conflict. Like, the Taiwanese have to know that there's going to be an ensuing conflict. Like, they might be dumb, but they're not that dumb. I am more or less of the opinion that the leadership of Taiwan is basically just taking the bribe, that they don't care about Taiwan. They don't care about China. They care about the money for themselves. So they have a very capitalistic idea that Taiwan has become infected by capitalism and does think about things in a capitalist mindset, right? And but what I think is going to happen, right? So what the U.S. is thinking is going to happen, right? How the U.S. is thinking this is going to happen is that we're going to have an independence movement. China is going to launch a war. Under the cover of this war, we are going to be able to destroy a lot of shipping trade in the South China Sea, right? If you read a paper that came out of the Rand Corporation entitled "Thinking Through the Unthinkable War with China," this is essentially their strategy for weakening China, right? Is to create a war, have a casus belli in the region. Here's Taiwan, great reason to have a war, something that China will go to war over. Taiwan declares its independence, war ensues. That gives the United States the cover they need to start destroying trade shipping lines in the South China Sea. And the prediction that the Americans have is that this will reduce trade in coming out of China by as much as 30%. So it's an effort to slow Chinese development down. But China, of course, responded to this by building the Belt and Road Initiative, so I don't know how successful that's going to be. Nobody said the Americans were smart. The problem with this plan, as I see it, is that it assumes that the conflict between Taiwan and China will be long and protracted, much like what's happening in Ukraine has turned into a long and protracted affair. I do not think that the conflict between China and Taiwan will be long or protracted. There are key and significant differences between the China-Taiwan relationship and the Russia-Ukrainian relationship. And there are huge reasons to believe that China is going to be able to go in there and basically take Taiwan over right away. Like, if we do a compare and contrast, I was talking about this earlier, so sorry for people who already heard me talk about this. When Russia goes into Ukraine, it does so in the slowest manner possible. It attempts to do diplomacy. It gives NATO more time to train the Nazis in Ukraine. It gives them more time to arm the Azov battalion. There was already an 8-year war that was ensuing in the Donbass region. When Putin finally does do the invasion, he does the softest possible invasion that he could possibly do, because I think he was just hoping to spook him, to just be like, and then have Ukraine go, oh goodness, oh dearie me, let's declare peace. Misunderstanding the character of Nazis and the character of NATO. Putin is also a bit tentative going in because Ukraine isn't his country, right? Ukraine is already an independent nation, right? So when Putin goes in, it's with this begrudging sense of acceptance. He just sort of accepts that this is what has to happen. And the citizens, I think, have the same kind of attitude, that there is this kind of like, okay, we've got to do this. Let's go. right? The Chinese, okay, first of all, major difference number one, the Chinese regard Taiwan as part of China. That Taiwan is to China as Hawaii is to the United States. Sure, it's not the mainland, but that's goddamn part of China. If you try to go after that, you're going after China. And that's how they view that. So it's already, in terms of its posturing, already in terms of its presentation, unlike Putin, who's sort of more leaned back, sort of like, okay, maybe we can talk it out, like maybe we can do that. China is like absolutely front-faced, absolutely looking dead at Taiwan, just staring it dead in the eye, being like, try us, see what happens, do it, declare independence, do it, do it, do it, do it, give us a chance to show off our military capability. Do it. Right? So China's right fucking there, just staring them down. Difference number two, China has been preparing to invade Taiwan since 1949. Like, they did not, like, sign the agreement with Nixon and then go, okay, Taiwan is ours. That's over forever. No one ever think about Taiwan ever again. That didn't happen. They've been thinking about Taiwan and they've been thinking about invading Taiwan since 1949. The only reason they haven't is because they didn't need to. They don't have to. Why would they need to invade Taiwan? Taiwan is their territory. Everybody says so. Taiwan is part of their thing. Right? And then finally, number three. Like, should Taiwan cross a red line, and everybody knows what that is, Taiwan declares its independence, China will invade them, and it will invade them hard, fast, and it will not have this kind of, like, dickering attitude. This is the big thing that I think people misunderstand completely about how China is going to approach this. Right? That really think about all of the wars that have happened in the world since World War II. Right? What have they essentially looked like? The United States, with its overpowering military might, basically just blowing up tiny countries that can't defend themselves. Right? Like, it's willing to have, like, proxy wars against Vietnam. Right? It's willing to have, like, it's willing to destroy countries like Libya, right? Places that don't have a navy, places that don't have an air force, places that barely have a standing army, right? That's been the character of war in the modern era. And that was true up until the Ukrainian war, right? The Ukrainian war is really the first time since World War II. This is the closest that these two superpowers have actually gotten to direct conflict with one another. That, like, sure, we had the Cuban Missile Crisis, and sure, there were some, like, proxy wars, and sure, but this really is the first time since World War II that these forces are this close to fighting one another, right? And so the United States is thinking to itself, well, we're doing pretty hard. We're trading Ukrainian blood for security in Europe or whatever, right? And it looks like this long, protracted war that's what America wants. America wants to embroil Russia in a long, protracted war in Ukraine. That's what it wants, right? And so it's thinking to itself, we can embroil China in a long, protracted war in Taiwan. That's what we can do. And I think that the world is going to take a look and see what a real fucking superpower looks like when it invades a country. That, like, China's going to go in there with shock and awe. It's going to go in there with military power and military might. It's going to reveal most of its arsenal. Not all of its arsenal, because that's how China rolls. China always keeps something in the back pocket. You know that kind of anime trope where they're like, you haven't even seen my final form? It's kind of how China rolls, right? They're just always like, yeah, I got one more, right? But when it comes to Taiwan, they're going to go like 80%. And like, they're going to go in hard. They're going to go in fast. They're going to go in with air supremacy, naval supremacy. They literally have tanks that are aquatic. Like, they're going to go in there with new technology that the West does not have. They have literally designed tanks specifically to cross the Taiwan Strait. Like, when I say that they've been preparing for this specific conflict since 1949, I'm not fucking around. They know every single nook and cranny of Taiwan. They know every single passageway. They know exactly what the Taiwanese are going to set up and what they're going to do in terms of their national defense. They know precisely and exactly how they're going to move in. They know exactly what targets they're going to hit. They know exactly how many troops they're going to send in. They know exactly where they're going to send them, and they're going to do it all at once. They're not going to slowly move in and be like, well, I guess let's go in on a whole border thing. They are going to fucking paratroop drop like hundreds of thousands and millions of people into Taiwan. The minute Taiwan goes, we're independent, there's going to be a horn that goes off in Beijing. All of China is going to go, and they're all simultaneously, all at once, going to descend collectively onto the tiny little island nation, now that it's declared its independence, of Taiwan, and it's going to end. And there's not a force on the planet that's going to be able to stop it from happening. And I think it's going to happen so fast and so swiftly and so precisely and so overwhelmingly that it is going to literally crack the spirit of America. That they are going to look at that and go, oh, fuck. We completely underestimated these guys. We completely underestimated these guys. Oh, fuck. And the entire military apparatus of the United States is going to fucking crack. Because they're going to not know what to do about it. And they're going to be confronted with their white supremacy and their manifest destiny and all that bullshit. And they're going to lose their minds and they're going to try to fight and they're going to fucking lose. Because they don't know what they're stepping up against. They underestimate these guys. These guys are literally walking around building buildings out of fucking nothing. They're just walking up to empty territory and going... These guys are the forerunners in quantum computing. These guys are the forerunners in fission technology. These guys have the plan of putting a base on the fucking moon, and they're probably actually going to do it. These guys, when they were told they couldn't be part of the International Space Station, built their own space station. These guys, when it finally comes time to fight, they're going to fight and they're going to win. They're not going to fuck around. And I just don't think the West is prepared for it. I don't think they're prepared for the precision. I don't think they're prepared for the speed. I don't think they're prepared for the zeal, the dedication, right? I don't think they're prepared for the collective action. Like, I think that what we're going to see when China pulls the plug and moves into Taiwan is we're going to see a military superpower and a military movement that we have not seen. Period. And I think that's the only reason why the West is dicking around with Taiwan. because they completely misunderstand the character of China. They have no fucking idea what they're getting into. Like, yeah, content is hitting it here. China will see it as a revolutionary holy war. The West will see it as a means to get a degree. Yeah, not the same passion. I love talking about China, man. I do. I love talking about it. It's not the same conversation, but you just left and came back and looped around, right? Like, if I were America right now, and I was within the internal circle of America, I would genuinely be talking about how do we just normalize relations. We should just completely normalize relations with these guys. We should 100% just like, okay, cool. Like, they've done very well over these last 40 years. We can see how they did it. We should bring those ideas and those policies into America. We should begin building up our own productive forces. We should begin building up our own capacity, right? We should focus on ourselves in that way. That's the way I would be talking about it. The United States is not going to do that. They've never once done that. They're not going to start now. They view China as an upstart subhuman race. They're not going to suddenly begin treating them like equals. That China and America are going to have a war. America is extremely cowardly. So the only wars that it's willing to have are against weak nations or proxy wars. It will not be able to get into China's homeland. It will not attack China's homeland. Because they know if they do that, bye-bye Los Angeles, bye-bye San Diego, San Jose, San Francisco, Sacramento, Portland, Seattle, Vancouver, right? Those cities are gone. And they know that. Like, there is absolutely a 0% chance that China does not vaporize those cities. At the very least. Like, China's not an insignificant little petty nation. They are an extremely powerful military force. Marcus writes, I think the West has to be the aggressor before the CPC overtakes the U.S. inability to project their influence militarily. I think that we're watching America is not really being successful in the world militarily anymore. They are losing the ability to win wars. They are losing the ability to project their strength into the world. And they've really stretched themselves very thin. Like, you think about the Ukrainian war, you think about the Gazan genocide, like, you think about all of these. Like, they're actually stretched quite thin, and they don't really have the ability to project power anymore because the relative power of their opponents has actually gone up significantly. To me, the biggest herald of, like, the decline was this failed coup in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The CIA about 2-3 months ago, the CIA attempted a coup in Congo to overthrow the government, and it failed. And and not only did it fail, they captured the spies. And those guys are fucked. There's absolutely no way the Congo is giving those guys back. Like, those guys are going to be publicly executed. For fucking sure. Right? So right in the heart of Africa, there's a failed coup. They captured the spies, and they're going to make them a public spectacle. Like, right in the fucking beating heart of Africa. So the projection of power coming out of the West is waning. And then on top of all of that, the dollar is going to decline significantly. That the United States' ability to project itself financially into the world is going to decline significantly. And just to put as firm a point on it as I possibly can, the United States is not going to be able to pay for all these bases. They're not going to be able to pay for all of this. They're just not going to have the backbone to be able to do it. And meanwhile, the rest of the world is in ascension. Yeah, the U.S. left millions and millions worth of military equipment behind for ISIS to claim and use. We've done the opposite of project power. We look incompetent. Yeah, I mean, America looks the way it is. Right? America looks the way it is. Like, it makes sense that the leader of the country right now is this demented old man. Right? And it makes sense that the guy that's going to depose him is an even more demented old man. Like, at least Biden's dementia is because he is old, right? And he is just like an old man who is, in mental decline, as one becomes when they become old. So, I don't like to make fun of Biden for that. Because, he's a horrible piece of shit all by himself. He doesn't need, we don't need to pick on time ravaging humanity as it ravages us all. But it's true. He is old, and he is in cognitive decline, at the very least. Maybe demented is inaccurate. Donald Trump is demented. Like, he has no principles. He only cares about himself and money, and he does very well in chaos. He's the perfect figure for America in this moment. He's exactly the right man to become the president. Because he is exactly... He's like an archduke of the capitalist death cult. He worships himself. He worships money. And he worships chaos. That's why he does so well in America. Meanwhile, the leadership of China has just been building upon the previous leaders, building up the productive forces of China. It's not difficult to see where this goes. That I really think that it is only Western bias that keeps people believing that the United States is going to somehow pull out of this. Probably not. I am way over time. Thank you guys, all of you, for being here. Big shout out to my Patreons. Thank you guys. Thank you for donating. Thank you for funding the revolution. If you would like to donate to my Patreon, please go to patreon.com/thecanadiancommie. Like, share, subscribe, do all that stuff. And always remember, guys, each and every one of you is a quantum being walking around in quantum energy. These billionaires are spending hundreds of billions of dollars in the hopes you'll never realize it. You'll just stay the good little commodity they need you to be. Rebel. Revolt. Repent. Good luck. We're going to need it.